to claim a place on the podium. Jung Yun Fan of Singapore just missing out with a 4:10, but Shkerdin would clear at 4:20. But he, on countback, lost out after 2 failures at 4 meters. So bronze for Kazakhstan. Qatar has silver through the favorite for the gold. Abdullah Saad Al Abdullah cleared 4:20, but he had a first-time failure at 4:20, and then put the bar up to 4:30 after electing to pass at 4:25. Had 3 successive failures at 4:30, and that means on countback he has silver.
From Singapore.
But the man who cleared 4:20 at the first time of asking to equal his personal best is Singapore's Khalil bin Zayed. And while he would fail 3 times at 4:25, he had done enough to secure the gold medal. The left-hander from Singapore producing the remarkable and a rare gold medal for Singapore at these championships, and a first gold medal at these championships, Saudi 2025. Now for the national anthem of Singapore. What a lovely moment for Khalil bin Zayed, and a great moment for Singapore as well. Their 3rd medal of these championships, and it's their first gold. Confirming the medalists: Kazakhstan's Shkerdin with bronze, Qatar's Al Abdullah with silver, and gold to bin Zayed of Singapore. Certainly double medal delight for Singapore in very quick succession, Jack, on the day, with Chloe Chi claiming that silver in the long jump for women, and then shortly thereafter in the pole vaults. Great result for bin Zayed of Singapore, and a rare gold medal for the Southeast Asian nation.
They should have had their moment on the podium last night, of course, Dwayne, but the late finish led to the medal ceremony being moved to today. Even more time to string out the celebrations for the 3 medalists, and yes, for Singapore particularly. A wonderful way to end day 2. The halfway mark leaves them 6th in the medals table overall. Singapore with now a gold medal on the board, behind Qatar, Uzbekistan, Japan in 3rd, Saudi Arabia in 2nd with 3 gold medals and 1 bronze medal, and the People's Republic of China, who are about to toast another gold medal. They are on 10 now for these games over 2 days. It's been brisk work from the Chinese, and in the 5,000-meter race walk for the under-18 girls, it was a 1-2 for China as well.
بنستمتع ان شاء الله بمنافسات قويه بعد شوي. اكيد نرجع في الليل ان شاء الله الاستديو باذن الله. احنا نطلع ان احنا نشوف يعني منافسات عديده، راح نستمتع بالحضور. اشوف انه الجمهور ما شاء الله يعني جاي يحضر كثير الحين بدايه العصر. جميل، شكرا لك هاني. زهير الضامن في الامتاع والتعليق، وحسين الاحمد في الوصف الجميل، ومحمود سعيد اليوم في التحليل. سنكمل معهم ملاحظات التتويج القادمة ومنافسات اليوم، وبنرجع لكم اليوم في الليل أيضا معنا لقاء مهم بعد منافسات هذا اليوم بإذن الله تعالى. كونوا معنا في المتعة على السعودية الرياضية في قوى آسيا.
As well as the 2 medals for China, one for the Republic of Korea's Kwon Seo-hin, their 3rd bronze medal of these games.
And the flowers will be handed by Dr. Saeed Ashkan, the Asian Athletics Medical Delegate. وسيقدم الورود الدكتور سيد عشتغان، المندوب الطبي في الاتحاد الآسيوي لألعاب القوة. In the 3rd place, Kwon Seo-hin from Korea. في المركز الثالث كون سيورين من كوريا.
The bronze medal in the 5,000-meter race walk for the under-18 girls, won by the Republic of Korea's Kwon Seo-hin. A time of 24 minutes, 13 seconds, 0.7. So she was, by the end, very much in a race against the clock rather than her 2 opponents who were a bit further up the road. But she had put India's Yogita, Uzbekistan's Ergasheva, and Kazakhstan's Stozonzhenko well behind her. Silver medal for China's Shiere Zhuma. Zhuma was pushing Wang Yaru for a while, but in the end, dropping to about 15 seconds down on her teammates.
From China,
Shiere Zhuma with the silver and the gold to this young woman here. Wang Yaru with a winning time of 23 minutes 34.8 seconds. She takes the gold medal. It is China who have the championship record in this competition. They have the Asian under-18 youth record as well. Young Yishen, whose time was not in danger today. She was a full 22:32 time, so a full minute really ahead of what was possible today in this kind of heat of Saudi Arabia, much hotter than when that record was set, even though this was held in the morning. So the conditions perhaps not conducive to fast race walking. The gold medal is China's, however. Gold medal number 10 for China. Their overall medal tally now stands at 21. Once again asserting themselves as the dominant nation at these Asian Athletics Championships at under-18 level. Are they going to beat tallies of previous years? They're on 10 now for gold medals. They won 15 golds in the last edition in 2023. Wang Yaru, Shiere Zhuma, the 2 medalists for China, and Kwon Seo-hin, the bronze medalist for the Republic of Korea.
Great pedigree in this event, the race walking event, certainly around the world at international competition through youth levels, Jack, for China. And Zhu Ninghao, the boys 5,000 meter race walk champion, watching on as his compatriot received her gold medal. Wonderful day with lovely conditions here in Dammam, capital of the Eastern Province, or just outside Dammam, as we find ourselves at this glorious venue, Prince Naif Sports City, which takes center stage as we view and witness and articulate the very best of Asian athletics.
And we've just seen there Mohammed Al-Zaya celebrating his gold medal in the boys' hammer in typical style. And that victory was won outside of this stadium. Unfortunately for Al-Zaya, had to compete in the training area due to the feasibility of putting the hammer throw on this arena. It wasn't possible to do that on day one, so he won that outside of the arena. But inside the arena, he's making his moment count. First time we're seeing overcast conditions slightly in Dammam. Temperature is still right up there. It can get up to 35 degrees in the daytime at this time of year in this part of Saudi Arabia. Lows of around 30, so pretty consistent that it's going to be hot across any point of the day. But with morning sessions and evening sessions, the athletes are saved from the full force of the Saudi Arabian sun, and we get these wonderful evening athletic sessions for us to enjoy.
Sixth Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships, Saudi 2025. Over 500 athletes from more than 30 countries showcasing their abilities as emerging talents on the continent. And so far we've seen that the future is in very bright hands, fast, fearless and full of promise.
Yeah, well, Saudi Arabia probably pointing to the medals table right now. Sitting in second, and why not? Having a fine games. They're almost at the top of that medals table, but there will surely be no overhauling China. Not at this event. Nonetheless, Saudi Arabia set for already their best performance across the 6 editions of the Asian Athletics Championships for under-18s. And we've got a great session coming up tonight, don't we, Dwayne? It's high jump on the blocks. First of all, discus, long jump, opening up with the field events and then moving into 100-meter and 110-meter hurdles after that. 800 meters to come, 200 meters heats as well. Looking forward to that. And that's only halfway through. We'll pick things up from there, but there's going to be a lot going on in the Prince Naif Sports City tonight.
I'm particularly excited about the decathlon getting underway. We saw tremendous competition in the heptathlon for women over 2 days of competition. 2 days of competition in the decathlon to come now for men. 3 events down. But Jack, the most remarkable thing is that after 3 rounds, the athletes, all the athletes in the decathlon, are separated by just 248 points, which is unthinkably close in an event like decathlon. Abbas Munir Al-Abdul Baki leading the way. So for Saudi Arabia, some very good news. And he'll be looking to go well in the high jump as well. And the high jump mat is out and at the ready, and they'll be setting the bar very shortly. The athletes have made their way out onto the ring, the outer ring of the track, just to go through the motions of warming up for the high jump competition. which will be the 4th event of the decathlon. But yes, you're right, some other events certainly stand out, and the 100 and 110 meter hurdles for women and men respectively. The 800 meters for men, I think, is going to be stand out. And then, of course, we've got some 200 meter action that takes place, although not the final. It's qualifiers for the final. And then if you enjoy long distance racing, the women's 3,000 meter, plus some very fine field events as well.
Well, the middle distance so far and into long distance have packed so much excitement in, particularly the steeplechase last night at the 2,000 meters for both boys and girls, and a gold medal for Saudi Arabia in that as well. Now this is most interesting as well. Pay attention to our graphic on screen right now if you can. Not the temperature, but the wind speed. It's 3.3 meters per second today. It has been across the 2 days so far extremely high, even getting into 5 meters per second at times, which has spelled good news for some of the sprinters, and it has spelled some difficult news for those who have to do a full length of the track. Not that that's kept some of the athletes from recording their personal best times, but it's just made things a little bit harder down that back straight. So things are beginning to move with the high jump.
Thought for a moment you were going to say things are beginning to move with the flags, the way the flags are moving, given the wind, but you're right, not quite as peppy as previous days. But the athletes are certainly pepped up and ready for what should be enthralling competition. Now, the man who leads the way is the youngest competitor in the field, Abbas Munir Al Abdul Baki. He's just 15 years old, but he finds himself leading on 2,150 points through 3 events. But it's very, very tight. All 6 of these competitors are separated by just 248 points through 3 events. It is extraordinarily tight in this decathlon so far. Maybe in the high jump, which is the first event where no measurement might take place. Well, that is the real tester. It does separate some of the competitors from those who are genuine medal contenders, the high jump. Traditionally, it does in the decathlon, the 4th event of 10. But the 2 competitors from Saudi Arabia side by side, Ali Hassan Al-Bater, the 16-year-old, he's got a personal best of 4,422, but it's Al Abdul Baki, 5,562 is the mark that he's chasing down to beat. That's his own personal best. And there are very few who can reach that kind of mark outside of Yurabuev Yahongir of Uzbekistan. And he'll be very tough competitor. Jaden Ng as well, based out of the Singapore Sports School. 2 from Kazakhstan, Askar Umirzak and Nikita Mironov, competitors who go for Kazakhstan. So just about set to get underway in the decathlon high jump. Umirzak first to go, and tips the bar. Now the starting height in the decathlon is 1.60 meters and then goes up in 3 centimeter increments. You don't need to enter at 1.60 meters. You can enter at a later height if you so choose. But particularly in an event like the decathlon, it is always advisable to get something on the board, so clearer an earlier height. Ali Hassan Al-Bater next to go for Kingdom. Oh, it's a lovely clearance first up. Abdul Baki, I beg your pardon. The competitor who has just made his way over. It's looking so solid through the opening few events. But really strong in all of the events, but is yet to win one. Javelin winning the 100 meters. Yuraboev winning the shot put, the long jump going to Albater. Omirzak looking for a clearance here. Oh, and the bar has fallen off, so that's not his fault. It'll be replaced. The clock will be reset. He'll have an opportunity to reset from the top of his run-up. Looks like a little something in his eye as well, which is suboptimal for the athlete. Maybe a little gust of wind that just rocked the bar. Sets himself. He's got 1 minute. He looks to get this done pretty quickly and gets the clearance, so he will register points regardless of what happens from here on in for Omirzak of Kazakhstan. So Decathlon continues with his 4th event. Omirzak currently on 2,061 points. The lead sitting at 2,150. Omirzak is 3rd overall, currently in bronze medal position. Second is Yuraboev of Uzbekistan. So the bar will be raised by 3 centimeters every time competitors are done clearing a certain height, or in unfortunate cases fail to clear a certain height. This is a session that'll start with a handful of field events. The decathlon high jump taking place, the women's discus throw set to get underway shortly, and the men's long jump final will start in a little while as well. And then we go to the track where there's the sprint hurdles, 100 meters for women and 110 for men. And successful at the first time of asking for Omirzak. So the competitors need to pick up a fair amount of momentum as they run in. You run in an almost hook formation or a J formation. Just a little brush of the calf, but the bar stays on. Yeah, again, really good height from Albater. He goes clear at 1.63 meters. Two young competitors from Saudi Arabia in this event, who both seem to have very bright futures. Just a little drift. Almost every competitor in the modern high jump competitions uses what is termed the Fosbury flop, named after the great Dick Fosbury, who unfortunately passed away relatively recently. Previously it was a scissors jump or the Western roll, where your chest is pointed down over the bar. That's really good for the man from Uzbekistan, Jahongir Yuraboev. 16-year-old. Based on current performances, he'll be the competitor to beat. But based on performances so far, Alabdul Baki is the competitor to beat. Here he is, the 15-year-old. 793 points from the 100 meters, 750 from the long jump, 607 from the shot put. And he'll be looking to get over 800 meters in the high jump. Another comfortable clearance for the youngster. Very lean physique, but for decathlon, it is a truly grueling event. The competitors need to be great all-rounders. They need to have speed, they need to have mobility, they need to have agility, they need to have strength, they need to have explosive power as well. Very comfortable on the approach, great on the takeoff, and look at the height that he gets with that arched back. The high point for many of these jumpers is really impressive, but it's about getting your legs over as quickly as you can, just snapping them up as part of your landing prep. So the decathlon well and truly underway, this fourth event. A reminder that the decathlon is all about accumulating points. Every height, every distance, every time is converted to points, and those points are tallied up together, and the cumulative total is what determines who finishes in what position. This is the fourth event of 10, but it's the fourth event on the first day. There are 5 events on each day, starting with a 100-meter long jump, shot put, then the high jump, and then the 400 meters to conclude day 1. Then the 100-meter hurdles, the discus, the pole vault, the javelin, and the 1500 meters to conclude day 2. The traditional events for decathlon. Another good clearance. Omirzak of Kazakhstan.
Already underway at the far end of where we see the decathlon's high jump taking place. It's the women's discus final, and throwers already in the circle and putting results on the board. So interesting to see Pauline Ului going from Malaysia just then. She is someone who won the Malaysia Games earlier this year completely unexpectedly. She took that title up against more familiar names like Sasha Philippe from her fellow country, but Ului on the board ahead of Tomiris Yamatova of Kazakhstan going into the circle. First round for everybody in the women's discus final. That came out, the release was nice and clean from Yamatova. She has a season's best, which is also her lifetime best, of 33.47. And she has gone further than that with her first round. So a good beginning for Kazakhstan's Tomiris Yamatova. Sasha Philippe now of Malaysia, someone who had to settle for the bronze medal at the Malaysia Games after Pauline Ului stunned the field and took the gold. But she still made a national vest to compete here in Saudi Arabia. Lifetime best of 40.32 from early this year. She, with the left hand, again, with some crisp movement through the circle, nice and composed to get her first throw under her belt. 38.10, so capable of 2 meters more than that first throw, but she's into the action now. Uzbekistan coming up next in Malio Karimova. It's made up of a high number of very small movements, the discus. When you put it all together, you get this cohesive 2-step spin and throw, but it is so many minute parts that have to be analysed and worked on in order to get to that point. 40.02. So Karimova not far off her lifetime best with her first throw. She's a 40.25 woman. We'll catch up with the discus in a short while. Back to you, Dwayne.
And our leader through 3 rounds continues in the high jump, as the decathlon goes into its 4th event. And Al Abdulbaki again comfortably over the 15-year-old. And I marvel at the fact that he's only 15 years old, because this is an event that you mature into. You need to mature into a decathlon. You don't accidentally have a little bit of skill or a little bit of strength and are able to do this. You need to mature your techniques across 10 different events. And think about the dedication that's required to master one event. These athletes are asked to master 10 events, and they manage to do so. And to try to do that at the age of 15 is utterly extraordinary.
It's now time for the final, our first final of the session on the track. It's the girls' 100-meter hurdles final. So the runners get ready. It's a very interesting field, this, and the lane order will play an awful lot of influence in this. In our shot here, Shuya Ambure of India on the left, the fastest qualifier from the semi-finals with a 13.85. She scorched down the track and cut her personal best by 0.7 of a second. She completely shocked the field. She shocked her own teammates in the Indian team as well. Chinese Taipei's Shuao Che in picture now.
The women's 100-meter hurdles final. In lane 1, Xiao Chiao from Chinese Taipei,
who came 5th in her semi-final, but courtesy of being in the faster of the 2 semi-finals, that time was enough to make it through in lane 1.
حارة رقم 1 هيساو تشي من الصين الشعبية.
In lane 2 is Angel Villagracia from the
Angel Villagracia, the girl they call the ace in the hurdles race after she won her national secondary schools competition last year.
In lane 3 is
goes to the Capiz National High School.
From
the fastest woman in the field, based on yesterday, Shuya Ambure of India. 13.85. Did have a healthy tailwind to help her along, but that was a blistering run. Next to her, He Yuye of the People's Republic of China, who won her semi-final. She was in the other semi-final to Ambure. And Bao Yin, the second fastest in the semi-final. She was beaten on the line by Ambure of India, 13.88, just 3/100ths of a second behind. Nijina Bonu Rajabova of Uzbekistan came second in her semi-final. She's in lane 6. And she's next to her teammate, Shodiyona Ramonova of Uzbekistan. A massive personal best to qualify for this final. 14.16 she stopped the clock, almost a full second ahead of her previous best time.
From Hong Kong.
And from Hong Kong, China, in lane 8, Wo Hoi Yu Richel. Another one who had to record a PB to qualify for this final. She's now a 14:23 hurdler. So the girls under 18 100-meter hurdles final. Ambure of India gets down into her blocks. From 1 to 8, Xiao of Chinese Taipei, Villagracia of the Philippines, Ambure of India in lane 3, He of China in lane 4, Bao of China in lane 5, Rajabova of Uzbekistan in lane 6, Rakhmonova of Uzbekistan in 7, and Wo of Hong Kong, China in 8. Well, He is a little slow to get out of the blocks. Amburo, no problem, getting over the hurdles nicely. Good form here from Wo as well on the wide outside. Xiao for Chinese Taipei is starting to look good as well. However, He and Bao are fighting this out for first and second. Amburo third. Double for China, gold and silver. And they pulled each other along. Bao Yinyin and He Yuhui. And Ambure, who was the early pace setter, had to settle for the bronze. The centre lanes dominating and coming through. High quality over the hurdles. Almost everybody looking clean, particularly over that first 50 metres. And then the Chinese strength and endurance came through. And Ambure, who had a shot at the gold medal, just faded. But a wonderful bronze medal for her, for India, and a 1-2, Dwayne, for China in the 100-meter hurdles.
Yet again, a 1-2 for China in an event. Indeed, after the race walk earlier today, an opportunity for China to celebrate. Neither of the athletes, He or Bao, got off to a particularly good start. Richelle Wo of Hong Kong, China, getting off to a glorious start, but Surya Ambure of India, a really good start. But through 50 meters, she just had one hurdle where she went a little high over it. Didn't take a stumble, but needed to readjust her stride, and I think maybe lost a little momentum along the way. That's not to take anything from Bao Yinyin and He Yuhui. Look at that start from Richelle Wo. Not a false start, just a really quick start. And then into their stride through the second half of the race. Bao Yinyin in particular, some great back-end speed. And absolutely delighted with her result. Bao has the gold. There are only 3 or 4 athletes in this field that could go sub 14 seconds, Jack, and it's unsurprising that 3 of them are on the podium, given how they went in the heats. But that's a good result for China as we return to the discus.
It's a brilliant start to the track events in this evening's session. Back to the discus. India in action here with Oshin. Her first throw. This will be her second throw. And capable of going over 40 meters. That was her lifetime best, set in March. And we get through to the second throw of China's Zhao and Qi. And really, the 2 Chinese discus throwers, the dominant looking force in this field. Zhao's teammate Ma Chenyi is going a little bit later on, has a dominant 15-meter personal best ahead of anyone else in the field. But Zhao, you sense he's going to push that personal best of hers in the past, and she's going to beat that here. 47.89. That's half a meter further than she's thrown before.
Decathlon high jump continues, and so do the clearances for the Saudi Arabian duo. Saudi Arabian duo of Al-Batir and Al Abdul Baki. He just continued to impress. Albater it was on this occasion, just bettering his previous height. And what this does is every increment of that bar leads to further points for the athletes in the decathlon. And what you want is as many points as possible from every single event. Cumulatively, you reach a total that'll either take you to the title or indeed get yourself onto the podium, potentially. Here's the man that is renowned as the one to beat, Jahongir Juraboev of Uzbekistan. He's picked up 6,176 points at the decathlon this season. So he's in some form. And while he hasn't got off to a tremendous start, an absolutely explosive start, what he has done is got a fairly competent start, an accomplished start, and currently lies second, just 53 points behind the leader, Al Abdul Baki. We stay with field events now. We've got the long jump set to take place for boys. Uzbekistan's Makhmadjanov looks to go. And it's a good jump as well for Abdurrahman Makhmadjanov. Looks to be out there towards the 7-meter mark. He's been consistent around the 6.5-meter mark this campaign, this season. So a really promising start for the youngster from Uzbekistan. Hong Kong, China's Bosco Leung next to go. Now he's consistently over the 7-meter mark. Can he prove that in competition? Speed down the runway. Oh, just needed to adjust his step, and the flight looked very awkward. While it's going to count, it's certainly not the best of efforts from Leung of Hong Kong, China. The long gone are the days of measuring tape. These days it's all electronic, done by little lasers. Good speed, then started to need to adjust his step, needed to shorten his stride, and that affected ultimately his flight. Still got some distance, but suboptimal flight, you might say. Importantly though, got his foot behind the plasticine. Jawad Ayman Jawad Alazeh of Jordan next to go. And that's well over the plasticine, getting his plant completely wrong in his opening attempt. So we'll receive the red flag and no measurement.
110-meter hurdles final. In lane 1 is Mohammad Ariel Iskandar from Malaysia.
So no jump. Got out there, got some distance though.
In lane 2 is Hassan Essa Hakawi from Saudi Arabia.
We go down to the track because the 110-meter hurdles is set to take place. It is the final. Mohammad Ariel Iskandar bin Rusli of Malaysia goes in lane 1. Saudi Arabia's Hassan Issa Hakawi goes in 2.
In lane 4,
from Japan going in 3 is Takajo Koki, and alongside him is this man, Sun Jihao. Among the fastest in the field is Sun Jihao. Mishari Al-Mutairi of Kuwait. He's quick. If he gets off to a good start, the medal is well within his grasp. Going in lane 6 is Garrett Chua. He finished as strong. Man who competed in Perth, Australia last month in preparation for this. Also a very good long jumper. Got some really good back-end speed.
In lane 8.
Going in lane 7 for People's Republic of China is Zhang Guowei.
From China.
حارة رقم 7 تشانغ جوهاي من الصين.
And in lane 8 we have Wei
Going in lane 8,
Sun
Lei
from
Chi-tsun,
Chinese Taipei.
Chinese
حارة رقم
Taipei.
8 لي تشوي
Now all
سوان
these
من
competitors
الصين
are
الشعبية.
sub 13.75 in the 110-meter hurdles. The championship record stands at 13.61. There's a quick look at the starting lineup. 2 from China who go. The fastest in the field is Takajo of Japan, the 16-year-old. But it's the 17-year-olds on his outside who might prove to be the difference. Al-Mutairi, only 8 medals ever for Kuwait at these championships. None in 2025 so far. Can Al-Mutairi change that with a blistering run here? Sun qualified quickest, and Saudi Arabia's Hassan Essa Hakawi goes in 2. 13.61 at his best. Under starters' orders. Getting away to a blistering start is Takajo Koki of Japan. He goes up very nicely. Al-Mutairi is looking pretty solid though, but he's starting to fall back, maybe just a clip of the hurdle. Takajo a little stumble, but it doesn't seem to be upsetting him. Hakawi is looking strong. Can he medal? Hakawi, I think, is going to be on the podium. He might just have taken third. It looked on the outside like Lei of Chinese Taipei had come through. But Takajo Koki of Japan is champion in the 110-meter hurdles for boys. Glorious run, bar one little hiccup. But that's a really good charge at a medal for Takajo Koki. Only 3 nations are multiple gold medalists at these championships: China, Saudi Arabia, and Japan. And Takajo Koki is just added to Japan's tally. And I think Hassan Issa Hakawi, Jack, has got himself on the podium.
It looks that way, doesn't it? Great run from Hakawi, but what a run from lane 8 from Li of Chinese Taipei for certainly, whether it's silver or bronze, it seems to be bronze, but it's the first medal of these athletics championships for Chinese Taipei from lane 8 as well. Saudi Arabia with another medal, a silver. Great run from Hassan Hakawi.
And he's going to celebrate. It's turning out to be a very, very good championships for Saudi Arabia. Saudi 2025. Yeah, it's the silver for... Oh, how tight is it? There's no doubt about Takajo Koki winning the gold medal here. It's not where the foot crosses the line, it's where the chest crosses the line. But Lei Chi-tsun and Hassan Essa Hakawi, they are very close to one another at the finish line. We've seen it before where athletes are credited with exactly the same time, even though they are separated in a photo finish in terms of placement. But has the man who ran in lane 2 finished in position number 2? We'll find out shortly. But Takajo Koki, the champion from Japan.
And Dwayne, for Kuwait's Mishari Al-Mutairi and for China's Sun Jihao, they just faded in those centre lanes, didn't they? The action was going on all around them.
You're right, and there was no back-end speed from Garrett Chua, who was sensational in the heats, the IMG Academy alumnus.
Well, those hurdles underlining the difficulty, the naivety of making any predictions, really. Great run, though, by Takajo Koki.
Yeah, there are certain events where you can look at it and on paper things will sometimes go pretty much as it is on paper. I think the women's discus is an example of that that's currently underway. And maybe even the boys long jump. As we go back to the boys long jump. Sum of Hong Kong, China. Unwai Sum. He's been going around 660 consistently this season. Personal best of 702, but 660 is around the mark that he's been going with regularity. Yeah, and that looked to be a really good jump. Gets the white flag as well, so it's a clean jump. It will be measured. Maybe a little flat coming out, but he's going to have a distance measured through his opening round. Effervescent character, and how he loves getting the crowd behind him, trying to do that. Those in the grandstand getting behind the athletes. There's been great support for the athletes, just a little behind the board, maybe came out a little flat as a result, but he's up towards the 7-meter mark. Oh Kai Leung of Macau, China. He's gone 676 this season. Well behind the board. So it'll be a legal jump. Good speed down the runway. Looks to just adjust his stride, but then well behind the board on the plant. Just short of the 7-meter mark, but might be up there around his personal best. That's Liu Bingchen. He's already gone. Next to go, Faisal Hassan Al Asmari, 16-year-old. Saw him competing in South Africa earlier this month. He went 667 in Germiston, just outside Johannesburg. Wonderful athletics track in Germiston. We've seen many records over the years. So gets the white flag, and we'll have a measurement in the opening jump. He too around the 7-meter mark. Now he's gone 732 this season. Not the best of meets in South Africa, the one that I spoke of. But that's an excellent plant. Excellent position on the board. Flight into the long jump pit. Looked really good. Zhou Chengyu, 17-year-old who jumped 737 in October in Huzhou. He's among the competitors to watch out for medal placings in this event. Good tall figure, drifts a little sometimes in his jumping. And that's solid on the board from Zhou. Good speed down the runway. Nicely onto the board. Good flight as well. The 5 steps to heaven, they call it, in long jump. 5 elements of long jump that are crucial. The fast approach, a measured last 2 strides, then the explosive takeoff, a long flight and a well-balanced landing. decathlon high jump continues. This is Kazakhstan's Nikita Mironov. Oh, and that's very good from Mironov. Another attempt and another clearance. Well, between Al-Batir and Al-Abdul Baki, it's been a really good series. Al-Batir this time with the clearance. He's looking for a much improved personal best. .4422. The best marker he's laid down in decathlon. Still relatively new to the competition, but if he can earn a decent number of points in this fourth event, he'll be up and over 2,500 points. And that'll be more than halfway through to his record tally so far. Through 4 events of 10. As we return to the girls' discus.
So this is Karimova of Uzbekistan in the circle. Big yell to help it on its way. How much help has it given her? 39.13 for Karimova. And now Oshin is again pulled to her marks. So we saw Oshin reset her personal best with her last throw. Pushed it to 30 centimeters further than she'd ever thrown before, the Indian. Can she go further again and go beyond 41 meters? That has fallen just a few meters short of that. And in fact, no measurement will be taken on that one from Oshin. Well, the runners and contenders from the women's discus we will return to as we go back to the long jump.
Yeah, the long jump continues with Selishan Arinov, man from Kazakhstan, still looking to break that 7-meter barrier. Championship record stands at 7.76. The Asian youth record, though, at a massive 7.94. Tell you what, while his flight wasn't ideal, he couldn't have got a better plant on the board. Could Arinov, man from Uzbekistan, is next to her. Mohamed Jonov. Builds up tremendous speed. That's well over the board, and frustrated is the young man. Not too far away. He was trying to adjust his stride. That's a really good leap out there. Decathlon high jump has been really impressive so far. We've seen a series of quality clearances. Juraboev looking to go high in this high jump. Oh, yes. And he goes over again. Just keeps to be showing the momentum. Currently second, but after winning the shot put in the last round of this very good high jumper as well, Zero solid. And that's a disappointing failure for Jaden Nung of Singapore. That's a high jump best of 1.89 meters. This time not quite getting in the clearance. That vertical jump, not quite getting the height he would have liked.
On the runway with Alizé. Brings a lot of power through if he can get this right. Low, the man from Jordan. Was clean though, so he will have this one recorded.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the best long jumps rely on speed in the run-up, good flight through the air, and a solid forward landing. He's got two of those things. He did come out relatively flat from the board.
And now, next in line from China, Lu Bingcheng. Taking the lead of the man from Hong Kong in Lu Sihin Boss. It's going, getting the crowd going. Very busy in the air. Well, seemed to be frustrated or happy with that performance as he bounced out of the pit. It certainly moved him. It certainly either got this very right in his own mind. Certainly looked very right on the board. This is a very good effort here from Lu Bingcheng.
Yeah, I spoke about those elements of good speed in the run-up, good flight through the air, and a good forward landing. He got all three of those right on that attempt. Now 1 of 2 from Saudi Arabia. Abdulrahman Ahmed Mohammed. He's been beyond the 7-meter mark this season. The jump of over 7 meters here could put him in medal contention. Good flight through the air. He's got the height, which means the longer legs. And what that means is an additional reach that he could potentially gain advantage from on the landing. But you need to get it oh so right so that you can still land with balance.
Poon Sum will say, let's go again. And here we go with Sum down the runway. Landing it again. Good pacing so that he's good on the board. We'll see just how good here. Well, actually, quite a bit before it, even before the whiteboard. Back to the discus. And Oshin of India. So this is attempt number 4 from Oshin. She's been around that 40-meter mark, under it here, 39.33. So she's not progressing in quite the way she would have wanted to. Our last 3 attempts all coming from more or less around that number. Our teammate from India there is Lakshita Malawat, who is the second furthest discus thrower in the field on paper coming into this final. There's been no preliminaries.
Now, let's go back to the track where we saw this tremendous finish. The battle for second. Is it Issa Hakawi, Hassan Issa Hakawi of Saudi Arabia, or Lee Chi-sun? I think it is Hakawi. Indeed, so confirmation, Takajo Koki takes the gold in championship record time, 13.42, 13.49 for Hassan Issa Hakawi, a new personal best. And Lee Chi-sun has Chinese Taipei a bronze medal.
Oh, fantastic for both Saudi Arabia and Chinese Taipei. Great race.
Juraboev, a wry smile as the bar goes down this time. You have 3 attempts to clear a particular height, 3 successive failures. Even if you opt to go up a height, which you can do, means the end of your series. Jaden Ng had a failure a short while ago. Can he clear now and maintain his upward trajectory of Singapore? Jaden Ng brushes the bar on the way down.
Well, we don't often associate speed in the run-up in high jump being as important as, of course, the long jump and other field events. But Jaden Nunn certainly has that speed, and he's got it in spadefuls, not quite clearing that height. Back to the long jump with Zhou of China. Zhou Chengyi, this is second longest jumper in the field on paper coming into the final. Good chance for us to see him in action.
Not overly pleased with that. Zhou Chengyi, 17-year-old. Yeah, he's certainly medal potential, given the leaps that he's been having so far this year. It's only really Lin Chuyu and Omori Eito of Chinese Taipei and Japan, respectively, who can match his jumps if he goes to his very best. Speaking of very best, well, here's a big event. The 800-meter. Khalaf Abdullah Al-Bishi will be among the competitors who go in the first of 2 heats for the 800-meter for boys. The top 3 automatically qualify, and the next 2 fastest to qualify. 7 competitors who go in each of the heats. Only lane 1 will be empty for the opening heat. So, as things stand, there are the start lists. Fury of Singapore, Obishi, Tseng, Wang, Pereira of Sri Lanka, Abdullayev and Khabibullayev. Fiore and Albishi still only 15 years old, so too Habibulaev of Kyrgyzstan. Those two just 15 years old each, running side by side. Oliver Fiore, he's been around the track in 156, but can he do it in competition? Anything under 2 minutes and you've got a good chance of qualifying for the final. Based on times, I would imagine. Anything under 155 and you are certainly going to be running in the final, I suspect. Man from Hong Kong, China, Wang Nok Wang. There's Alibek Abdullayev of Uzbekistan. He's among the runners who can go sub 2 minutes for the 800 meter. It's a very, very difficult event in the sense that it's too long to be a sprint, but it's too short to have a jog around the track. This is an event that tests so many capabilities of the athletes, Jack.
And it's just bringing me out in shivers thinking about taking it on as a youngster getting into athletics once upon a time. The 800 meters, the ultimate test.
Yeah,
like a decathlon in one single track event, Dwayne.
Well, the senior events were dominated by two runners in years gone by. The great Wilson Kipketer and then David Rudisha. They were absolutely phenomenal. David Rudisha, still the world record holder, 140.91. Unthinkably quick for the 800 meter, where he effectively sprinted the second 400 meters. Wilson Kipketer was another one of those who was just remarkably quick over the 800 meters. Can these boys match the potential of some of those athletes in the years ahead?
And here are the athletes.
And firstly, Dwayne, they've got to match that headwind that they're going to be running into. It's a crosswind into a headwind before you get that tailwind down the home straight.
حارة رقم 2 أوليفر
So,
فيوري من
just to confirm the starters, Oliver Fiore goes for Singapore, 15-year-old.
حارة رقم
In lane
3
2,
خلف
Khalaf Abdullah
البلوشي من السعودية.
Al-Bishi goes for Saudi Arabia from lane 3. He too, still only 15 years old. Going in lane 4 for People's Republic of China, Zheng Xiang.
رقم 4 تسينغ تشينغ من الصين.
Now he's gone 152.59 this season, anywhere near that mark, and he's guaranteed a place in the final, you'd have to imagine.
Hong Kong, China.
Wang Nok Wang of Hong Kong, China will start in lane 5.
من هونغ كونغ.
Bear in mind, the athletes start from staggered positions along the track, and they have to stay in their starting lane until the end of the first bend.
From Sri
It's
Lanka.
about 100 meters from the start line.
حارة رقم 6
Wilambaga Rehan Pasanda Pereira goes for Sri Lanka from starting position number 6, lane 6.
Alibek Abdullah.
Alibek Abdullayev of Uzbekistan goes in lane 7.
With Uzbekistan.
حارة رقم 7 علي بيك عبدلوف من أوزبكستان.
And then the last of the 3 15-year-olds in this first 800-meter heat,
From Kyrgyzstan.
effectively a
حارة
semi-final.
رقم 8 أليسور
Elsior Khabibulaev.
غزغستان.
Wang Nok Wang, certainly one to watch. He, Herrera, and China's Zheng are the 3 athletes who've gone sub 155, which will be a real mark to lay down. For some of the athletes, it's about doing now in competition what they've been able to do in training. So many athletes will have done this on numerous occasions. But when you're training by yourself and when you're running in competition, it's two very different prospects. The boys' 800-meter first semi-final or first heat is underway. The top three automatically qualify. The next two fastest qualifiers as well. Pereira gets off to a really good start. Fiore looks like he's going pretty strong as well. And now from that staggered start in their individual lanes, they break to the inside lane. And Pereira leads, the man from Sri Lanka. Who's going to make the break and how early will the break come, Jack Zorba? Two of the questions that many ask. But I would say that from my limited experience in the 800-meter, that staying at the back is not recommended.
You can get caught out, can't you? It will wind up at some point, and it's just a question of when and how late that can be delayed, because remember, there's a final, of course, to come for some of these gentlemen if they qualify. Top three will do that automatically. So is there any games we played there? It's a high-risk one. There's the bell with Zheng on the front.
Yeah, this is really good. Zheng Cheng and Wang Nok Wang have suddenly started to go. Pereira's not out of this. He's got himself into a good position, just in behind Albishi, who's got himself tucked into third. Fiore now has gone into fourth position, and Albishi showing a little bit of ambition here. I just want to go back to the point I made about staying at the back is not recommended. It's not recommended, but those in the athletics know will remind me that John Woodruff got himself into that position way back in years gone by and still went on to win. And in 2014, Kelly Holmes did the same thing. But this is really well done by Albishi. He's making a little bit of a longer race for him because Zheng and Wang are powerful runners, and he's trying to go around the outside on the final bend. Zheng is dominating, and he's got this straight line speed. Abdullayev looks like he's coming back at Albishi here, but it's going to be Zheng Xiang of People's Republic of China who'll come to the finish line first, and he will claim the automatic qualifying place with what looked like Wang Nok Wang and Alibek Abdullayev. The two fastest qualifiers after that, after the top three, will advance to the final. What a solid run, though.
It was business mode, wasn't it, from Zheng Xiang. He is one of the two 17-year-olds in the field. Albishi, who we saw pushing hard towards the end for Saudi Arabia, one of the 15-year-olds. There was all that eagerness, that raw speed as well, but just going on the outside, maybe he pushed himself too hard, too early, and had to travel too far. But nonetheless, a fine run. Uzbekistan's Abdullayev out dragging him in this home straight. Very comfortable for this man at the front.
Very comfortable indeed. The 15-year-olds Albishi and Fiore finished side by side for Saudi Arabia and Singapore. As we go back to the long jump, Leung of Macau next to go. Yeah, great height, wonderful height. Looked to be solid with the plant as well at takeoff. Gets the white flag, does Leung of Macau. Okay, Leung. Just a little before the wooden block. You've got a wooden block that's 20 centimeters wide, and then plasticine beyond that. You need to try to land on that wooden block. That's as close to the plasticine as possible. Faisal Hassan Al-Asmari next to go. Can he go beyond the 7-meter mark? Looks to build good speed down the runway. He only comes off a handful of steps. The average number of steps taken in a run-up in the long jump competition is 22. He takes far fewer than that. But you've also got to do what works for you. Al-Asmari, the 16-year-old, as we return to the high jump competition in the decathlon for boys. Juraboev with a failure earlier. Trying to go over the highest possible height. See if he can take the lead. Oh, he clips the bar, but it stays on, and that's a tremendous moment for the youngster from Uzbekistan. Well, that's a wicked smile. He's got the grin out because this just happened. Goes over, gets the vertical height. On the way down, just a little brush of the thigh, but the bar stays on, and that's all that matters. Despite that brush of the bar, he knew pretty early on that it was going to stay on. Looking to take over the lead in the heptathlon.
And when those starting blocks are out again for the next heat, as we see the crossing of the finish line in first position for China's Zheng Xiang. And surely given the same time behind them there in second and third, that was very, very tight. Not quite the same time, it's split by 1/100th of a second.
Yeah, Abdullah just ahead of Wang by 1/100th of a second, but Zhang very comfortable. And it's good to see the top five all going sub 2 minutes, so good few personal bests in that run as well.
From Uzbekistan.
And Dwayne, 1:58.67 for those in this race who don't finish in the top three, to have to bear in mind. If they can beat that, they will be through on qualifying as a fastest finisher.
That's right.
حارة رقم 4 هندلك دون شافيندو من سريلانكا.
Abishka of Sri Lanka.
Abdullah Mohammed from Kuwait.
حارة رقم 5
Uzbekistan's Javelin Bek.
من الكويت.
Thin Chonchen from Thailand.
Abdullah Tif Mohammed of Kuwait going in 5, and Thailand's Watin Chunchom goes in 6. Johan Si of Hong Kong, China, lane 7.
حارة رقم 7 سي كون هون يوهان
Si
من
Kwan
هونغ
Hon.
كونغ.
And in lane 8,
Abu Dali Faki goes for Saudi Arabia in lane 8.
رقم 8 عبود علي فقيهي من السعودية.
Kazakhstan's Dmitry Spassky going in lane 2. There is Spassky. Getting the 800 meters, second heat underway. The top 3 automatically qualify for the final. The next fastest 2 to qualify, and 1:58, the marker that those runners who don't finish in the top 3 are going to need to beat if they are to make it through as one of the fastest finishers outside of the automatic qualifiers. 800 meters, it's 2 lengths around the standard 400-meter track. And immediately looking to hit the front is Avishka of Sri Lanka, looking to lead the way. Thailand's Watin Chunchom tucked into a very handy position, and so too is Abu Ali Faqih of Saudi Arabia. They've gone from the staggered start into running on the inside lane. Bit of catch-up work to do for Dmitry Spassky of Kazakhstan, who finds himself at the back. But near the front, as they take the bell, there's 4 in very close contention. A little bit of elbows being, a little bit of contact in the elbows for a couple of the athletes. But Avishka is looking really strong, in a good position. So to the man from Kuwait, Abdulatif Mohammed.
Awishka still out on the front, just as Pasanda did, but he's looking to stick this a little further as they go round the final bend. He's got 4 or 5 lengths ahead of the rivals, the racing pack.
This is a good run from the Sri Lankan, a man who's gone 149 before. He knows how to control a race. He looks to impose himself on the competitors around him, and he's looking to romp to the finish line as well to give himself a good chance of making him the challenger to beat in the final. Awishka dominant. Oh, how good a run was that? There was some tremendous efforts behind Awishka. But I tell you what, Awishka's run was as solid as any. Just looking at again, Jack, the way that the race unfolded, starting from that stagger position in their individual lanes. But Awishka dominated effectively from start to finish in this race.
Yeah, he did. And as soon as the staggering of the lanes ended, Awishka pushed on from there. The likes of Abdulatif Mohammed of Kuwait was in the conversation as well, wasn't he, for a long time. Dwayne, that first bend, the positions after the staggering did a lot of sorting out, drawing out of the pack. A lot of the template for this one was set from very early on.
It was. It looked to be a very competitive race, though, behind Awishka. There's a genuine credit to Watin Chunchom of Thailand, the way he was able to hold on for as long as he did, right to the second bend on the final lap. But Awishka, so very dominant. He's laid down a marker undoubtedly for the final. And the top 3 from Sri Lanka, Thailand and Kuwait. Not a bad recovery as well from Spassky of Kazakhstan as he came back, but Abud Ali Faqih of Saudi Arabia finishing 4th. So the slightly slower heat overall, but automatically qualifying for the final, Awishka, Chunchom and Abdulatif Mohammed of Kuwait. That's going to be some final.
And it does mean, Dwayne, that Saudi Arabia's Al-Bishi, Khalif Abdullah Al-Bishi, will be in that final. His 4th position qualifying time, well enough to be in the running come finals time. Now, medal ceremony time for us to catch up with some of those who have had their races run and their field events successfully completed.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Kwan Key, Council Member of the Asian Athletics.
First up is the medalists in the 100-meter hurdles.
And the flowers will be presented by Mr. Sulaiman Haweli. I beg your pardon. And the flowers will be given by Brigadier.
It was a great race, really intriguing set of semi-finals yesterday, which fed into a very enjoyable 100-meter girls hurdles. China taking gold and silver, and India with the bronze.
Third place, Churya Ampur from India.
It's been an excellent couple of days for Shurya Ambure of India. She has come away with a bronze medal, but en route to this position, she has cut her lifetime best by a sizable chunk, 0.7 or rather 7/10 of a second. She reduced it yesterday in her semi-final as she won that. This medal, this bronze medal, goes with her national youth title from last month. So big things happening in Shuya Ambure's young life, as they are for her Yi Xiao as well.
In the first place,
silver medalist, and simply
from China.
A very, very expected performance from her Yi Hao. But after the semi-final performance, you might have expected to be on the top step. Instead, it's Bao Yin, her teammate. Was really strong last hurdle, and then final 10 meters from Bao Yin and her Yi Xiao to overhaul Ambure, who has led the race for almost the entirety of it. Well, congratulations to the three medalists in the women's 100-meter hurdles. Bao Yin with the gold, He Yi Xiao with the silver, and Shuya Ambure of India with the bronze. Bao Yin converting her second fastest time in the semi-finals to the fastest on track a day later in the final. So the stadium lights on as the skies darken, just past 6 local time in Dammam on Saudi Arabia's eastern coastline. This city very close to the water, just 3 kilometers away from where this stadium sits, and we look out over the Arabian Gulf. Track action will continue shortly. We have 200 meters in the blocks. It's going to be across the men's and women's 200 meters, semi-finals into semi-finals and heats as well here in Dammam at the 6th Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships, for the first time being held in Saudi Arabia after this event was inaugurated in 2015. Meanwhile, out in the field, things are being reset for the shot put finals as well. We've had the women's discus final just now. We have shot put from the men's side of things coming up shortly.
And the women's javelin final should be an enthralling encounter as well. This action continues in the field event with the women's high jump as well. So there's still much action to come from the field events. It's been a wonderful session for field events. We've got to see quite a few of the field events taking place, from the decathlon high jump to the women's discus throw to the men's long jump. So far, as you say, shot put, javelin immediately ahead, and high jump as well for women. That's set to be a very entertaining evening of field events. The decathlon high jump continues. Duraboev was looking to lead the way. Nikita Mironov standing at the ready. Wonderful facilities for these young athletes at Prince Naif Sports City. For some of these athletes, first time competing at top class international grade facilities. Oh, brushes the bar but stays on. Nikita Mironov, the 16-year-old. He's showing some genuine ability in the high jump. Currently 5th in the standings, but a good high jump competition will get him right back into contention. As I mentioned at the start, all the competitors are only separated by 248 points, which is very, very little. Well, among those watching on are the Kazakhstan heptathletes, including the champion, Kuzubova, and the likes of Nikolaeva, the silver medalist.
Well, Dwayne, Polina Kuzubova also in action later tonight in the high jump final itself. So she's looking for back-to-back medals here in Daman. And we recognise these gentlemen as well, don't we, from last night's action. You're not going to forget that smile in a while.
And there's a gold medalist sitting alongside him, Khalil bin Zayed of Singapore. Jang Yun Fan of Singapore is looking very pleased. Seems he loves the spotlight. He finished agonizingly out of the medals in the pole vault. Khalil bin Zayed, meanwhile, went on to claim the gold medal for Team Singapore. And some of those who've made their way to this wonderful venue to watch the emerging talent in Asian athletics on display, showcasing the very best. Platform for young athletes to compete at a high level and maybe inspire younger individuals, those in the stands. We were such youngsters in years gone by, Jack, inspired by what we saw on the football pitches and the athletics tracks and the ice rinks in front of us, depending on what sport it was.
Well, just enjoying, Dwayne, that event, that new event at the back of the stands.
It's time to announce the winners for the 110 meters
good to watch. We have others in view now with this medal ceremony for the 110 meter hurdles.
110 متر حواجز للرجال. The medals will be presented by General Muhammad Akram, the Asian Athletics Vice President. ومقدم الميدالية الفريق محمد أكرم نائب رئيس الاتحاد الآسيوي لألعاب القوى. And the flowers will be given by Mr. Abdullah Al-Shihri from the Sport Affairs Department of the Royal Saudi Air Force. ومقدم الورود الأستاذ عبد الله الشهري من إدارة الشؤون الرياضية في القوات الجوية السعودية.
The medal ceremony for the boys 110-meter hurdles. The bronze medalist representing Chinese Taipei, Lei Chitun. All three of these competitors absolutely smashed the championship record, previously 13.61. Lei Chitun running 13.50 to claim the bronze medal in what was a particularly tight finish for the silver medal with Hassan Essa Hakkawi. Second medal of these championships for Chinese Taipei.
And in the second place,
and a second bronze.
Hassan Essa Hakkawi from Saudi Arabia.
Hassan Essa Hakkawi ran a superb race to also set a massive personal best, 13.49 seconds, as he claimed a scintillating silver.
And in the first
Just
place,
pipping Lei to the line. But the man who would not be denied hails from Japan, Takaju Koki, in championship record 13.42 seconds. He got to the finish line ahead of all comers to claim gold, Japan's third gold of these championships. Incidentally, all three of the medals that Japan have won at these championships have been gold.
National anthem of Japan. والآن نرجو الوقوف احتراما للنشيد الوطني الياباني.
Confirming the medalists in the boys 110-meter hurdles. Bronze medal to Chinese Taipei's Lei Chitun. Silver medal to Hassan Essa Hakkawi of Saudi Arabia. And in championship record 13.42, gold goes to Japan's Takaju Koki. Nikita Mironov is looking to increase his height in the high jump for decathlon. And that'll be a failure for the athlete from Kazakhstan, the 16-year-old. He'll have 2 minutes to reset to attempt this again. There's a chance to go over and speak to his coaching staff. Just a very quick indication. Almost looked like the gesture from the coach was talking about the head and shoulders. Bear in mind, the athlete in high jump, you initiate your back arch over the bar with your head and shoulders.
Saleh Adum Mahamud from Qatar.
Back to the field we go, and it's time for the boys' shot put.
Yusuf Salem Mohammed.
And the full presentation afforded to the contenders in the boys' shot put. Good to see them get their moment in front of the camera as well.
From Macau.
Gives us a chance to introduce them properly as well.
Aminam Rostom from Iran. Ahmad Abdullah
Well, this man can be sure of a welcome,
from Saudi
a
Arabia.
very warm welcome. He is from Saudi Arabia, one of two contenders, Ahmed Abdullah Amdirama.
India.
Now India's
Anson Low
contender,
Singapore.
Nishay, as well, a bronze medalist
Oybek
in the boys' discus.
From Uzbekistan.
Plenty of athletes who performed in the discus final
from
now
Iran.
in action in the shot put final as well.
Ski
Hirash Kaboli just there.
from Kazakhstan.
Vadim Pesotsky,
Zayed
can't believe
Isam
something.
Al-Bishi from Saudi Arabia.
Zaid Al-Bishi
Nishay
of Saudi Arabia.
from India.
Now, the top
Chang
three in
from Korea.
this shot put final have 3 meters more on their
And
personal bests than anybody else in the
Chi-King
field. So
from
it
China.
almost looks from the start like a three-way contest between this man here, Han Chi-Jieng, who won the gold medal in the discus with a massive championship record. He's looking for back-to-back golds in field events here. And who knows, maybe looking to improve on the championship record in this event as well. So this is how things look from 1 to 8 and then through to 14 after 3 throws of the shot put. There will be a reordering and a cut. So everyone has to make sure they're in the top 8 before that. But look at some of the ages as well. And Han Chi-Jieng, this gold medal winner in the discus, and now looking for another medal in the shot put. So Han we've seen before, winning that discus gold. Son Chang-hyun of the Republic of Korea, he was 6th in the discus. He's the second favourite here. And Nishay of India won the bronze in the discus as well with 58.85. Those three have thrown beyond 18 meters, plus Kiriyash Kaboli of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
From the
Now they're back to the track
UAE,
because it's
United
400 meter
Emirates.
action taking place, or rather, excuse me, not 400 meters. We're going a little bit further than that, aren't we, Dwayne Delocker? In this one, it's 200 meters. Let's go back.
200 meter action.
Hey, ready in the blocks to go just the half distance then of 200 meters.
Semi-final time in the boys 200 meters. Abdulaziz Abdullah Eid Sabd, the 15-year-old from UAE, will go in lane 1. Bidurdan Forward Wankai of Philippines will go in lane 2. The son of one of the greats, Jonah Wankai, who competed at the Asian Championships in years gone by. Dastan Olgimbayev of Kazakhstan will go in 3. Macau's 17-year-old Leong Lok Lo will go in lane 4. Ari Curran of Singapore will go in lane 5.
In lane 6,
Going in lane 6,
Jun
Jun Chae-min, the 16-year-old, who finished 4th heartbreakingly in the 100-meter final. He was within 3/100ths of a second of the champion and didn't make the podium. But did set a new personal best in February in this event, racing in Hong Kong. The man from Hong Kong is Jasper Koo. He was on the podium in the 100 meters,
and in lane
winning the
8,
bronze medal with a new personal best time. He goes in lane 7. And Huang Zunhe of China goes in lane 8. So the heats of the 200 meter taking place in the morning session on this day 3 of competition. And now to the semi-final stage. (200 meters). What's significant about the 200 meter is you start into a bend, and for many athletes, this is something that you take a while to adjust to. It is still very much a sprint. You are running flat out throughout this race. 200 meter. The championship record stands at 21.12. Not too many athletes are in and around that mark in this field. So the athletes under starters' orders, and then the gun firing twice. Sometimes there is an electronic error with the equipment. Other times there are false starts. But this time, just jumping the gun. The athlete from Kazakhstan, Dastan Balgimayev. It's not uncommon, particularly in the sprints, to see false starts. There are an enormous number of nerves for these athletes. For many of these young men, hearts will be pounding, palms will be sweaty. For others, they will know what is to come. They will have been through something similar in previous events and will have settled. And it's okay to be nervous. That's one thing you learn. It's okay to be nervous. It's about channeling that nervous energy, finding your focus. And there's the disqualification for the false start. The red and black card. So there was no yellow card that came out as a warning. Instead, the red and black card for the false starts against Dastan Balgimbayev. And that's disappointing for the man from Kazakhstan.
I mean, what a shame, Dwayne, to see that first time we've seen that on the track in front of our cameras. Now lane 3 empty, and of course that changes things ever so slightly for those around lane 3.
It does. Jun Chae-min, though, will be the standout athlete to watch. Harry Curran is quick, and Jasper Koo has a tremendous finish. But so much of the 200 meter depends on running your bend. If you think of 200 meters and you think of Usain Bolt, it's how he runs his bend. There is nobody in the world faster as a result. 200 meters for boys, first of the semi-finals getting underway, and Jasper Koo looks to be going along really nicely. So too Harry Curran alongside him. They're coming through the bend now. It's Leung of Macau who's not in a bad position, but Jun Chae-min is clocking his way to the front. He's being challenged now by Harry Curran and the man outside him in Jasper Koo. And Jasper Koo might just have taken it on the line from Jun Chae-min. In the 100 meter, bear in mind, he out-dipped Jun Chae-min to claim the bronze medal in the 100 meter. The two embrace. It's a warm embrace as well from the two athletes, and Harry Curran is in as well. All the athletes seem to be very happy with their performances in the semi-finals. The top 3 automatically qualify for the final, and then the 2 fastest qualifiers after that, Jasper Koo and Jun Chae-min, sharing a light moment after the serious business is done, Jack.
There was an element of race management between the trio, wasn't there? Towards the end, they were almost not quite in conversation with each other, but there were messages that were subliminally being passed on to each other. There was no need to push things towards the end here. And Jun Chae-min, who we saw in 100 meter action as well, at 200 meters, and bossing the pace of that race, if not finishing in first position. He's just conceded that on the line.
For the top 3 automatically qualifying, Jasper Koo, Jun Chae-min and Harry Curran of Hong Kong, China, Korea Republic and Singapore respectively.
This is the shot put, dropping into the action with Cheong of Macau's turn. Hong Chi Cheong. Looking for the glide technique, so he'll just take 1, 2 steps and then release, and that has just stayed within bounds. And it's well short of 16 meters for Cheong, but it might be beyond his personal best. He's a 15:43 personal best. Tonight he may have just gone a little bit beyond that. Arman Amin-Ostrami now of the Islamic Republic of Iran. He is a plus 18 meter man, 18:27, which means that he is in the conversation most definitely as a medal contender here. He's not going to go beyond 18 there. And full of energy and making sure that he's not going to leave anything or anyone wondering about what he's capable of tonight. His first throw is 17:15. He can go a full meter more than that, but he's on the board, and that is surely going to be enough to ensure he's in the top 8. Next attempt from Saudi Arabia's Ahmed Al-Midrama. India next into the circle. This was the replay here. We have the spin technique. Couple of shot putters going for the glide technique, which is where you face backwards and then take 1 step forward and rotate. But the spin technique on display there. And that looked very clean. Very nice indeed from Singh. He's gone over 18 meters.
In lane 2.
Really good to see that. Nishay Singh, he was impressive in the discus and he's impressing in the shot put as well. Back to the track now and for 200 meters.
Second semi-final of the 200 meters. I'm looking to impress on the track these 8 young athletes. Well, there's Syed Sabir. He is by far the quickest in the field. And if there's anybody who's going to be taking down a championship record, it looks like it's going to be that man, Syed Sabir. Man on his outside is Mishal Abdullah Hassazi.
In lane 5,
he too is quick, 21:21, his personal best, and he's done it so far this season. The championship record of 21:12. On his outside, Liu Kangbin of People's Republic of China, going in lane 6. Natanai Tosup. Just to catch you up on the 2 on the inside lanes. Kokyo Nam of Macau, the 16-year-old, goes in lane 1, and the 16-year-old Beberis Batiruli goes for Kazakhstan in lane 2. Then you've got Sabir in 3, Hassazi in 4, Liu in 5, Tosup in 6. And then Dewaga Chatushka Imesh Silva, the 16-year-old from Sri Lanka, who made the 100-meter final, goes in lane 7.
From Iran.
And then Mohammed Hassan Darvishi of Islamic Republic of Iran goes in lane 8. Now, these are the starters. But Syed Sabir, that 20.67 that you see next to his name, he ran this season. And if he runs anywhere near 20.67, nobody in this field is catching him. That would be a remarkable time for athletes of this age. I say that knowing full well that Puripol Bunsoon of Thailand a couple of years ago ran 20.19. Not at these championships, however. Puripol Bunsoon, former champion in the 100 meter at the Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. And that is still the Asian youth record holder. But this is a glorious opportunity for one of these young athletes to stamp their authority on the event. It's about more than medals, though. This championship special because of the competition, but also the camaraderie. Athletes who are not yet household names looking to lay the foundations for senior level success. So Kwok Batiruli, Sabir, Hazazi, Liu, Tosup, Silva and Darvishi, the athletes who will go in the second semi-final of the boys 200 meter. Top three automatically qualify, and the next two fastest qualifiers after that will advance. Seems to be just a little problem with the equipment. It's being checked by the officials. Started waiting patiently.
Wayne, it's like a delay to your flight when you're on the runway, isn't it? You know this is happening. Takeoff is about to occur, but there's extra time to think. Not all of it always welcome, one would wager.
Yeah, you want to get into your race. You have certain preparations, particularly for the sprint events. You have certain preparations, and your timings of all your warm-ups are timed such that you are at your peak, at your most limber, at your warmest when you get out on track and are ready to go. So any waiting around beyond that becomes suboptimal for the athletes. And you can see how many of them are trying to stay warm. They're either jumping up and down, stretching, standing on their toes, lifting their knees. The man who goes in lane 6, Natanai Tosup, watched and learned under Puripul Bunson, former champion in the 100 meters at these Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships, now SEA Games champion as well. And the man who still holds the Asian youth record in the 100 and 200 meters. Now, as we have some technical difficulties, it seems, with the equipment in the 200 meter ahead of the second semi-final, we return to the long jump. Liu trying to get the crowd going. Liu Bingchen, one of the 7-meter jumpers. Good speed down the runway, looking for a good flight. You'll get the legal jump. As we return to the shot put.
Yeah, let's catch up if we can on what's going on in this other field event. Qatar in the circle with Saleh Adoum Mahmoud, also a discus thrower, finished 7th in the discus final actually, 15.99. He's newer to the shot put than he is the discus. It's a sport that he's taken up relatively recently with compared to how much he is versed in the discus. Next in.
So back to the second semi-final. In the 200 meters we go. Kwok, Batiruli, Sabir, Hazazi, Liu, Tosup, Silva and Darvishi. Watch for Sabir of India, who goes in lane 3. 20.67 this season. Sabir gets off to a decent start. Darvishi gets off to an excellent start, and it's not too bad as well from Liu Kangbin or Hazazi of Saudi Arabia. But it is Liu who looks to be leading through the bend. He's run a superb bend. How fast is Sabir in coming back, though? He looks to be well out of this race. It is Liu Kangbin who is leading the way. Hazazi looks good for an automatic qualifying place for the final, and indeed he is second with Sabir well out of it. Liu Kangbin crosses the finish line comfortably ahead of Hazazi. But Hazazi automatically qualifying for the final. Top three automatically qualifying for the final, and then the two fastest qualifiers after that. And Sabir, for somebody who's gone 20.67 this season, not showing that kind of speed or ability around the bend. Running a really excellent bend was Liu Kangbin. And the man on his outside, Natanai Tosup, he and Silva were battling for that third automatic qualifying place. But it's Liu who finishes ahead of Hazazi. And then I think it's the Thai athlete, Natanai Tosup, who's got the third automatic qualifying place just ahead of Silva of Sri Lanka.
Now, Singh of India back in the circle. We're seeing a lot of him, and there's a good reason for that, because he threw and is throwing extremely well right now. Well, that is that's the wrong time to give someone a big billing. He's just knocked out the screens here with his shot put. That has taken out the display, which was showing the athletes their score. And so his last attempt can't be recorded, even if it wanted to, it couldn't have, because there were no screens to display it at that point. Anson Loh of Singapore goes next. Oh, that's good. Glide technique. And that has come out of the hand very nicely. Loh, another one who we saw in the discus. 18.59 from Anson Loh. That is massive from the Singaporean.
Yeah, Jack, that's put him into the top three.
He's in the top three. It's well over a metre more than his previous lifetime best. Brilliant stuff from Anson Loh. Uzbekistan next to go in the shape of Zafizhanov. Zafizhanov has got over 17 meters before.
168.
But he hasn't on that occasion, under 17 meters there. Now Iran's Kiarash Kaboli, a plus 18 meter man as well. First chance for us to see him. We saw his teammate Amnir Astrami getting over 17 meters. How is this? That looks good. Just short of 18 meters.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the women's 200 meters heats.
17.89 for the Iranian.
One is Hala Tarek Salah.
Just another look at that incredibly tight finish for third in the second heat of the boys 200 meters. Liu taking it comfortably ahead of Hazazi. A couple of really good times, and Natanai Tosup does take third and claims the automatic qualifying place for the final ahead of Silva of Sri Lanka.
In lane 3 is Chantal Morissette from Thailand.
It's the women's 200-meter heats now. There are 3 of them, and a difference to the men's 200 meters. It is just the top 2 who qualify automatically. Then that'll give us our 6 top places into the final. After that, it's the top 2 qualifiers. So really leaving it to chance if you do not qualify in the top 2. Our first heat, we'll see this woman here, the fastest in it on paper, Fusei Ichiha of Japan. She goes in lane 5.
Arab Emirates.
As they're being announced into the arena, announced into their lanes. Mareem Kareem as well from the UAE. Really good to see her. Also a 400-meter runner, 400-meter hurdler, so she'll have that race endurance. Those last 50 meters or so will be interesting to see from her perspective. China's Yang Sitong is the 3rd fastest in the field on paper coming into this. She's in lane 7. And Kyrgyzstan's Kira Polishukova is out in lane 8. The first heat in the women's 200 meters. Top 2 qualify for the final. Al-Araj of Jordan in lane 1, Ahmed of the Maldives in lane 2, Morissette of Thailand in lane 3, Shrubiyets of Kazakhstan in 4, Ichiha of Japan in 5, Kareem of UAE in 6, Sitong of China in 7, Polishukova of Kyrgyzstan in 8. We're underway in the first 200-meter heat, and going out very strongly is Yang Sitong of China. Running a very good bend is the Chinese, being pursued by Kareem on the inside. The United Arab Emirate athlete now hits the front, showing her strength. Ichiha is with her. It's going to be between these 3, but who's going to get the automatic qualifying places? Fusei Ichiha, and in the end, a very strong Mariam Kareem take those top 2 places. Great strength from Kareem in that last 50 meters. That 400-meter strength coming through from the girl from the UAE. 24.64 was her lifetime personal best before today. And we'll have to see where that clock stopped. She really benefited from having young Sitong outside her, who went off the quickest, and that gave her a good marker and someone to haul back. Ichiha Fusei of Japan knew what she had to do, and sensed that she was keeping something back as well in lane 5. UAE and Japan automatically qualifying, and for young Sitong, Dwayne, a little bit of a wait, perhaps a nervous wait, to see if she's one of the fastest finishers to go through.
Yeah, indeed. I think spot on with that call. It is interesting to note, though, that Mariam Kareem goes in this 200-meter race in the heats, knowing that she's still got the 400-meter hurdles final to come in this session. I mean, this is a tough ask to run 2 races in a session, and she's gone and won the first of them, albeit a heat.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, on the field, we have the women competitors for the javelin throw. This is the final. Competitor number 1.
To the women's javelin we go.
Fawad from Iraq.
So it looks like Fatima Fawada and Ghazal Al-Hakim of Iraq and Syria respectively are not in the field.
Yi Sebon from Korea.
There's Yi Sebon of Republic of Korea.
Matsuyama
Ao, the 16-year-old who threw her personal best in Fukuoka last year, will be second to go in rotation.
From Kazakhstan.
Ulbolson Yesirkep of Kazakhstan.
Wang Xishan.
Wang Sihan,
China.
16-year-old. personal best in Chengdu in Sichuan
It's
province not too long
Misty
ago. Misty Karmakar has a remarkable story
from India.
from her father supporting her training by selling homemade food at the Malda
Number
railway
8
station,
is
borrowing
He
funds,
Fangji from
borrowing
China.
shoes, and here she is competing on the continental stage.
Number 9,
He Fangji of China is
Kurokawa
next to go in the rotation. This is
Ayuto
Kurokawa
from
Ayuto
Japan.
of Japan.
Number 10 is
Chen Litzen of
Chen.
Chinese Taipei,
And number 11 is
and
Guan
Guang Yanyi,
Yanyi
the last two
from
competitors.
Hong Kong, China.
Hong Kong, China's Guan Yanyi has thrown nearly 43 meters with a 600-gram javelin as she started competing in the senior ranks. But it's Guan and Chen, the last two who were introduced, to have the best of the distances with a 500-gram javelin. So the javelin for under 18 girls weighs just 500 grams. It's also a little shorter than the senior javelin. So it's between 2 meters and 2 meters 10 long and weighs 500 grams. Just some spider strapping on the shoulder of Yi Sabong of Korea Republic, ahead of the start of the girls' javelin throw. But this is going to be a very tightly contested affair, you would have to imagine.
Lane 2 features Ari Hussein Tulba from Saudi Arabia.
حارة رقم 2 أرين طلبة من السعودية.
In lane 3, Nichapat Nonat from
Back to the track
Thailand.
we go.
Time for the second 200-meter heat in the under-18 girls
Lane
competition.
4 is
Top two go through
Mukayo
to the final,
Ulmarodova
and this
from
is the field.
Uzbekistan.
Well, there is one of the women we saw competing in the 100-meter competition as well, Mikhail
In
Gulmuradova
5
of Uzbekistan. She
is
didn't make the final.
Shibata Misato from
Can she
Japan.
make it in the 200 meters? And just outside her, Shibata Misato of
In
Japan.
lane
She's
6,
in lane 5, also a 400-meter
Kwon
runner. She
from
is the fastest
Korea.
on paper, 24.01, her lifetime personal best. From the
In
Republic of
lane
Korea,
7
Kwon
is
Yoon
Krisha
is out in lane 6.
from India.
She's the second fastest in the field, so the lane draw based on the personal best submitted by
And
the
in
athletes
lane
ahead of
8
this competition.
is
Prisha Mishra of India in
U18
lane 7,
from Macau.
the third fastest on paper. Outside her, Macau's U18 in the green vest of Macau. So lane 1, Mesake of Lebanon. In lane 2, Areen Tulba of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. In 3, Nichapat Nunat of Thailand. In 4, Gulmuradova of Uzbekistan. In 5, Misato of Japan. In 6, Kwon of the Republic of Korea. In 7, India's Mishra. And in lane 8, Macau's Yu Kuan. The women's 200-meter heats. Top 2 qualify automatically for the final. Shibata Misato of Japan, the quickest on paper, and the Japanese looks good in lane 5, balancing her running nicely. The bend is being handled very well indeed. Look on the outside though at Prisha Mishra in second. She's overhauled though by Misato, who's looking very comfortable, the Japanese. This is about the battle for second between Mishra and then Kwon of the Republic of Korea. Kwon's going to take it. Mishra is really close, really close. 24.4 was the time. So outside the personal best of the winner, Shibata Misato, who is now comforting one of her fellow competitors at the end of that. But the clock stopped, 24.4. We'll have to see where things fell for everyone else after that. But the automatic qualifiers, Misato of Japan and Kwon of the Republic of Korea. Prisha Mishra has given herself a really good chance. Great bend running, Dwayne, from Shibata Misato of Japan.
Yeah, you're right. A wonderful running of the bend in this 200 meters. Also a great bend that was run by the Indian Prisha Mishra, but it was the comeback speed of Kwan that saw her get into that automatic qualifying spot. Mishra ran a superb bend. The closer you can get to the line, the faster you can go theoretically. But the way that it was controlled by Shibata Misato was quite superb, easing off in the closing stages. Kwon and Mishra having a little bit of a battle between them, but Kwon with the straight line speed to find the finish a little quicker than Mishra. And then the athletes comforting Areen Hussein Tulba. There she is, she's back on her feet, Tulba.
Oh, that is good to see. Saudi Arabian athlete. One more heat to come in the women's 200 meters. Right now, javelin and shot put field events still in action, and the javelin only just started. The shot put a little closer to its conclusion. Confirmation of the time, 24.38 for Shibata Misato. Kwon Yeon, 24.62. Prisha Mishra with a lifetime best, a new one for the Indian in third position. Will it be enough to see her through as one of the fastest finishers for the final? That will all be decided in a matter of seconds, really, once the next 200 meters is conducted, with plenty of familiar faces from the 100 meters. But right now, the javelin, and let's take a look.
To the javelin we go for girls. Matsuyama are one of two Japanese competitors. The other Kurokawa, this Kurokawa. Kurokawa looking to get it out towards the 50-meter mark, and that's a really good throw. She's gone 49.36 this year, and I think she's just gone beyond that here. Anything around the 50-meter mark and you're challenging for a medal, you have to suspect. 49.92, and there's a massive smile on Kurokawa's face because that's a personal best. In fact, only two in the field have gone longer. Among those who've gone longer is Chen Li-Tsen, who is next to go. She's gone 52.75, and like Kwon Yeon-yi, who will go last in the rotation, has competed at senior level. But Jack, back to the track we go.
It's the third and final heat in the women's 200 meters. We've had 4 automatic qualifiers already, 2 more from this heat.
In lane 5.
Plus, if anyone can finish at around about the 24.5-second mark, then they're going to be giving themselves a really good chance of going through to the final at 200 meters. Just raising her hand there, Liyange Fernando of Sri Lanka. She's the fastest on paper. We also saw her winning the silver medal over the 100 meters. So coming off that bend, watch out for Fernando in lane 5. Also, this woman here is Atul Azira of Malaysia, 4th in the 100-meter final. The position on the track that no one ever wants to ultimately be. But Azira, with a couple of good days of racing behind her, can she do it in the 200 meters?
She's from China.
China's Zhao Zhenglin out in lane 7, but has a personal best that is very much in the conversation with the likes of Fernando and Azira. She's a 24.7
from Hong Kong, China.
athlete. From Hong Kong, China, Wong Wing Tung out in lane 8. So from 1 to 8, we have Warud Al Shirai of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in lane 1, Rayan Mohammed of the Maldives in lane 2, Arti Siwach, a bronze in the 100 meters from Arti Siwach of India, Vladlena Nosova of Uzbekistan is in lane 4, as we can see here. The two 15-year-olds, keep an eye on them on lanes 1 and 2. Then it's Fernando, Azira, Joe and Wong. Last heat in the women's 200 meters. Arti Siwach and Fernando, you'd expect to be very quick out of the blocks, and Fernando is proving so. Look out for the power, though, from Zhou Zhenglin in lane 7. Arti Siwach moving very nicely on the inside for India. Now the power comes on from Zhou Zhenglin. This is between Siwach and Zhou, and also Fernando. Who is going to take this? The top two will go through. Zhou will take it. Then Fernando and Arti Siwach will have to wait. Zhou's power down the back straight, seeing her take the victory. Fernando running a very tidy race in lane 5, not doing anything more than she needed to, but what she did was looking very nice. And Arti Siwach in lane 3. No dice for Azira from Malaysia in lane 6. Can see how close to the bend Arti Siwach was running. Fernando not quite so much, but she was marshalling things in her lane. All eyes on Zhou, though. By the end, she was the front runner.
Yeah, quite literally. She was excellent, Zhou. She controlled the race from start to finish. But you're right in saying that Fernando needed to do only the bare minimum to qualify for the final, and that's exactly what she did. She didn't go anything beyond that. She's a quality runner, is Fernando. We know that, and we can expect something, I imagine, even better come final time. Back to the field event we go. It's the girls' javelin throw. There's Ulbolsin Yesirkep of Kazakhstan. Now the leaders are out over 50 meters. It's going to take some effort for Yesirkep to get herself into that sort of territory. And this very wide in the segment. It has landed tip first, so will be marked. That target area spanning out across the grass at 29 degrees, a 29-degree segment.
Now it's time to announce the winners for the Discus Throw Women Championship Under 18. سوف يتم الآن الإعلان عن
Women's
الفائزين
discus
في مسابقة
medal ceremony now.
القوس للسيدات تحت عمر 18.
Chinese with another
The medals will be
1-2.
presented by Mr. Sayyar Al-Anizi, the Asian Athletics Vice President. سوف يتم تقديم الميدالية عن طريق الأستاذ سيار العنزي نائب رئيس الاتحاد الآسيوي. And the flowers will be handed by Mr. Rami Al-Adwan, President of the Jordanian Athletics Federation. سوف يتم تقديم الورود بيد الأستاذ رامي العدوان رئيس الاتحاد الأردني لألعاب القوى. In the third place, Lakshita Mahlawat from India.
It's a bronze medal for India's Lakshita Malawat. 41 meters and 30 centimeters. And she recorded that one on her second throw. It was a personal best as well. On paper, she had the second best personal best before tonight, but with so many improvements being made in this very competition, she had to settle for the bronze. In second position, it's Zhao Anxi of the People's Republic of China, 47.89. That was, and a massive personal best for herself as well.
في المركز الأول
But the winner, which was never in doubt, in truth, Ma Chen-yi
In the first
of the
place,
People's Republic of
Ma
China.
Chen-yi from China.
Such was her personal best, which she secured in March of this year. So just under a month ago, she wasn't able to beat that in the winning throw of 53 meters 81. She can go nearly 2 meters further than that. But this was enough for the gold medal and a new championship record as well. Well, congratulations to Ma Chen-yi, to Jiao Anqi, and to Lakshita Malawat of India. The medalists in the under-18 girls discus competition.
Back to the javelin we go. Chun Li-Tsen of Chinese Taipei. She can send it out over 50 meters, gets very close to the foul line, and this is out there some way. Not quite her best. .45.81 meters for Chun Li-Tsen, so she finds herself only in the top 5. She's struggled to get beyond 50 meters this year, despite the fact that she's gone 52.75 previously. And you go through cycles in javelin, it seems. From Hong Kong, China, Kuan Yan-yi. Great elbow position. This javelin, though, is coming in very flat. That's not going to be her best either. Somebody who's stepping up to the senior ranks at the moment. The athlete from Hong Kong, China. One of only 2 competitors who've gone over 50 meters. So 45.18. She still leads, does Kuan Yan-yi. Back to Yi Sa-bum. Despite its very long history, would you believe, javelin wasn't actually part of the modern Olympic Games initially. It only made its debut at the 4th Games in London in 1908. Needs to be a little quicker through, just snapping through. It's well over the 40-meter mark.
The women for the high jump finals. On the field,
43.23 meters.
Sama Mustafa from Lebanon.
Here's 16-year-old Matsuyama Ao.
Kanbarov.
She's in good form. She threw 49.24 in Fukuoka last year. Late last year. Good elbow position.
The presentation
and that's out near the 50-meter mark. That's a really good effort from Matsuyama.
From
I don't think it's quite going to better her personal best. But she is approaching that 50-meter mark and finds herself still positioned inside the top three, 48.24 meters.
Yasmin Roy from Kuwait, Kuzupova Polina from Kazakhstan.
The presentation for the women's high jump competition now. And some really interesting selections from different athletics delegations. It includes the heptathlon gold medal winner here, Polina Kuzubova, and it includes this young woman here, Sama Mustafa, the silver medalist in the 1500 meters earlier here in Daman. Quite remarkable change of event from Sama Mustafa. So she's now in the high jump competition. Here is Polina Kuzubova of Kazakhstan, in with a really good chance based on the way she's been jumping as well, because she won the high jump element of the heptathlon. Dong Jialing from China on the end there. She is the top performer on paper. Her personal best is the highest, 178. Sama Mustafa there, whose personal best is the lowest, a 150, but as you can expect, she's fighting on several fronts. She's fighting on the track and on the field. So Polina Kuzubova set her personal best in the heptathlon in the high jump element. She's now a 170 jumper. India's Anshul Patil here, and really good chance for Kuwait as well, in with a shout of the medals with Yasmin Roy. She's the national record holder of all ages in Kuwait in the high jump now, not just under 18 level, of any level. Set that in October last year. Another 170 jumper, and we're expecting her to go higher than that. Uzbekistan's Leyla Kambarova limbers up for the first jump of the night. Personal best is her season's best, 159. This starting height is 145, so no problem at all for Uzbekistan's Leyla Kambarova. Will go up by 5 centimeter increments from 145 up until we reach 175. Should we get that far, then it will go up by 3 centimeters a time afterwards. Local time is 7:15 in Daman. There's a breeze still, which may be something to think about. But it's certainly cooling down in Daman as these women take to the high jump competition, the final here. Kambarova with good speed towards the bar, and then plenty of clearance there. Next on the schedule should be Kazakhstan's Olga Izimunikova, as we see catching up with India's Anshul Patil, who looks in good humour. Patil is a 168 contender as she gets ready, so again, not expected to have too many troubles with this height, and the athletes opting to come in at height. So for both Anshul Patil and Kambarova, they wanted to get this under their belts. They wanted to get the feeling of flying comfortably over the bar into their habit, and certainly there Patil looking good. And Dwayne, India having a particularly good couple of days and a really good session tonight.
Yeah, they are. They were the team that
And
topped
finally,
the medal standings at the last Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships, and they've looked to continue that. But yes, what we've seen in India in recent times as well is the introduction of many incredibly successful training centers in various places. As we head to the 3,000 meters now on the track, an opportunity for young women to show what they can do on the track. Only 5 competitors searching for 3 medals. You've got Suolong Juma of China, Anastasia Silchenko of Uzbekistan, Iran's Samia Shahpari, Luong Tikan of Vietnam, and Kyrgyzstan's Anara Berdishova, who's just 16 years old. Silchenkov is just 15 from Uzbekistan, and she shoots into the front. She's one of the athletes who's gone sub 10 minutes for this race. The championship record sitting at 9:35.54. And the way the pace is heading out in the opening 20-odd seconds of this race doesn't suggest we're going to be quite seeing a race of that speed. That said, much could change tactically, with Anastasia Silchenko leading the way in the early stages of this 3,000 meter for girls. Luong Tikan, who won gold at the Under-18 SEA Games in the 3,000 meters last year, finds herself sitting in a very handy position. Berdishova of Kyrgyzstan at the moment sitting at the back. No Kyrgyzstan athlete has ever won a medal at these championships, so maybe an opportunity here for the youngster. Currently in 4th is Samia Shahpari of Islamic Republic of Iran, the 16-year-old, and currently in 3rd, Luong Tikan. She actually won 2 golds at the National Youth Championships a couple of years ago, event last year. So she's been consistently good in that. Suolong Juma of China, who ran a 9:39.52 last month to better her personal best coming into these championships when she ran in Shandong, looking to sit 2nd very comfortably as we return to the girls' high jump competition.
And Layla Kambarova is lining things up again at her next height of 150. Clearing 145 ever so comfortably. Bar being moved up by 5 centimeters. Saw Sama Mustafa just moments ago. Looks like she's going to come in at this height as well. Be good to see her in action. Goodness me, there's plenty of daylight, or rather nightlight, under the floodlights here between the bar and the back of Layla Kambarova. Really springy off the floor. If she can ensure that that timing of bringing the legs over is what it needs to be, she's going to be able to go a lot higher tonight. She has a personal best of 159, so 9 centimeters higher than we are now. Coming in now from Kazakhstan, Olga Izimunikova. She's the youngest of Kazakhstan's 37 athlete delegation. 15 years old, won't turn 16 until October the 17th. So she's the baby of the Kazakhstan team, with her opportunity tonight under these lights. And as Anshal Patel is relaying to us, it's not the heat of the day in Daman. It can get up to 35 degrees during the day. Things have dropped considerably, more like 20 degrees now at night time. Comfortably over from Patil. And building your own momentum, being your own hype person, Dwayne, all important in the high jump.
I suppose it's something that really rings true across all the field events. And you see how how the athletes have really come to showcase their ability, but they've become show people. They've become very much the center of attention, and they thrive on that, the athletes. It's enjoyable to see these effervescent characters in the world of athletics.
Yes, high jump brings it out in people, doesn't it? It does seem to be that kind of a sport. But you get these stunning moments when you land a jump, when that bar stays on, and the jeopardy involved in it. It is high stakes. Whereas in some other field events, it doesn't quite lend itself to that same level of drama.
No, I think when you talk of drama, as we confirm the temperature, around 21 degrees Celsius at the moment. The wind has died down almost completely, comparatively speaking. But yeah, I mean, could you think of anything even grander than was the Barshim and Tamberi at Tokyo 2020, sharing the gold medal as they did? That was just tremendous. I think one of the enormous disappointments for so many was the fact that there were no crowds in the venue at Tokyo 2020, but the level of competition and the showmanship and the sporting spirit that was shown between the two as well, all tremendous. Yeah, that was the living, breathing representation of sporting values, let alone Olympic values. Salman Mustafa now might be coming into the action at 1.50 meters. Dwayne, a fantastic display of dexterity to move from silver medal in the 1500 meters to attempting to go for a medal in the high jump. Well, maybe a heptathlete in the making.
Yep.
Well, it's very difficult to compete indoors in the pentathlon or outdoors in the heptathlon for women. You need to be such a great all-rounder, but showcasing the abilities to become an all-round athlete, the Lebanese Mustafa, despite this failure, still have 3 attempts to clear at any given height.
It's only a glancing touch, isn't it? But this is her lifetime best height of 150. And here is where we are. Prince Naif Sports City under the lights. It's around 3 kilometers from the coastline here, which is why we get fairly sizable wind coming through. So we go up to the next height, 155 for Kambarova. And she's comfortably over that, so no problems across her 3 heights so far. She's cleared each of them straight away at the first attempt.
Looking back down at Javelin segment as we go back to the high jump.
And now this was Izzy Monikova's attempt. No problems for her either. She can go up to 165. She has shown that she can do that so far in her career. She can, I'm sure, go higher than that. And maybe tonight, go higher than that as well. Anshul Patil. She gets it done. And the reaction the same. Plenty to enjoy for Patil out here. Back to the 3,000 meters and out in front with Uzbekistan.
Yes, Silchenkova is leading the way, and she's taken the bell, and she's given herself a sizable advantage here in the 3,000 meter. The 15-year-old who's shown a remarkable resilience on the track. She's absorbed the early pressure of the runners around her, and she's absolutely laying it down on the track. Around 250 meters to go to the finish line now, and Anastasia Silchenkova of Uzbekistan leading the way. And she's putting down a really, really competent time. And I mean that in every sense of the word, because the pace this race started at suggested that it wasn't going to be a particularly fast race. But come the finish line, that's looking to change quite significantly. At the moment, sitting in second position is Sulong Zhuma of China, and in third is Vietnam's Luong Thi Can, the multiple national champion. But coming around the bend for the very last time and into the final straight now, Uzbekistan's 15-year-old hope, Anastasia Silchenkova. Uzbekistan, only one gold medal so far. Take that two. It's a wonderful run from the 15-year-old, and she can take that forward. We talk about athletes setting platforms as they enter their senior level careers. She's still got a few years to go before she's a senior, but that is remarkable from Silchenkova. Finishing second is Sulong Zhuma of China, who went that 9:39 fairly recently. And then the little battle between Samia Shahpari and Luong Thi Can for that third spot.
And what a race, what a statement as well. Anastasia Silchenkova with a great result. Seen some great performances from 15-year-olds, but we've not seen that many, if any, gold medals from 15-year-olds. We have now. So next to go in the high jump from China, or rather, excuse me, from Vietnam, my An. Has a 171 personal best, and this is well below that at 155. Didn't seem quite so content with how everything was clicking. Now this is going to be tricky for Sama Mustafa. We're above her personal best at 155 now. Can the Lebanese make this happen? Didn't clear 150. And she cleared 155. She's done it. Oh, yes. Big clench of the fists from Sama Mustafa. That was much more like it.
Better speed in the approach on this occasion. Gives herself more of a chance. Big swing of the arms as she takes to the bend, and then good on the takeoff. Leading with the arms and shoulders as she arched her back. And that's a great clearance.
Polina Kuzubova now of Kazakhstan, the heptathlon gold medalist, and she's over.
Makes it look regulation, doesn't she?
Well, she's, as you watched, Dwayne, and covered for us, she was the winner of the high jump in the heptathlon. Were things as comfortable for her then as they look now? Seemed to be in good form, getting a personal best.
Very. What gave her the advantage in the heptathlon was her incredible physical strength as well. She's got immense power in her legs that she can drive up through. As we return to the javelin. Well, that's not going to be quite where she'd want it. This is not an event where the Chinese athletes are going to dominate. He Fengjie finds herself currently still in 6th position after a 42.94 in the 5th round. Look at this again, though. How good was this run from Anastasia Silchenkova, 15 years old, and she's gone sub 10 minutes in the 3,000 meter, and comfortably sub 10 minutes. That's a wonderful result. Now, Uzbekistan now find themselves joining Saudi Arabia, Japan, and China as multiple gold medalists. Look at that, a 9:45.17 for Silchenkova, ahead of Suolong Zuma, just outside the 10-minute mark, and then Samia Shahpari just going beyond Luong Tikan in the closing stages of the race to claim that bronze medal. Islamic Republic of Iran with their second medal of these championships and second bronze. Now, Yi Sobom of Korea Republic. Yi Sobom. Tends to let the Javelin drift just a little towards the right side of the sector. Sometimes the body opens up just a little and you find the Javelin skewing out at a slightly awkward angle, but as long as it lands within that 29-degree sector, you're fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to announce the winners for the long jump for men under 18.
Now to the medal ceremony for the long jump.
Will be presented by Sheikh Shaja
In the boys,
member of the Asian Athletics Federation. And the flowers will be presented by Mrs. Hanan Al-Qahtani from the Saudi School Sports Federation. سوف يتم الآن الإعلان عن الفائزين في مسابقة القفز العالي للرجال تحت 18. سوف يتم تقديم الميدالية عن طريق الشيخ شاجع المقدشي عضو مجلس الاتحاد الآسيوي سابقاً. وسوف يتم تقديم الورود عن طريق الأستاذة حنان القحطاني من الاتحاد الرياضي المدرسي السعودي. In the third place, Liu Bing Chin from China.
Finishing third was Liu Bingcheng of People's Republic of China. He went 7 meters 30 in the second round to improve his personal best. He was one of 7 competitors in the men's long jump final for under 18s who improved their personal bests in this competition. Liu Bingcheng with the bronze medal, 7 meters 30.
From
the favorite for the gold medal would end up with the silver medal, however. While he set a new personal best by going 7 meters 72 in the first round, it would not be enough to claim the gold medal, improving on his personal best by 14 centimeters. For a man who struggled to go beyond 7 meters 20, and the 17-year-old went nearly 50 centimeters better. But the champion, 17-year-old,
Zhu Qingyi from China,
who had never gone beyond 7 meters 37, managed to produce a 7.66 early on in his series. But in his 6th and final attempt, he stood at the top of the runway knowing he had one last chance for gold, and he leapt to 1 centimeter longer than Omori. 7.73, good enough for gold for Zhou Chengyi.
نرجو الوقوف احتراما للنشيد الوطني الصيني.
confirming the results in the boys' long jump competition. Liu Bingchen of China takes bronze with 7:30. Silver goes to Omori Eto of Japan with 7:72, and 1 centimeter further, 7:73, just 3 centimeters off the championship record. Zhou Chengyi has gold for China.
Let's check in with the high jump again. When we left things, we were at 155, where the bar was. We've gone higher since then. We have, lining things up, the Vietnamese Mai An, who should be comfortable at this height. She's the second highest jumper so far in the field, and she is comfortable, making sure those legs whipped over. Mai An. Really decent championship record here, which anyone who does go to take the gold medal might want to think about later tonight. Ye Wenshuao of China with a 182 height cleared in 2023 in Tashkent. Mai An here, doing what she needed to. It's day 3 here at the 6th Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships in Daman, Saudi Arabia, on the eastern coastline. First time that Saudi Arabia has hosted this event. Now Saman Mustafa is still in the competition, the Lebanese, and she's doing her best to hold on to everyone else in the field. She had the least of the personal bests coming into this competition. She's raised that level, her own level tonight, having won a silver medal in the 1500 meters earlier in this competition. So this, you sense, is a bit of fun for Mustafa, as well as potentially being of interest if she's looking to explore the heptathlon option. And she wasn't far away there from going clear. Leyla Kambarova has jumped more than anyone else in the competition. She came in at the very starting height of 145, and she hasn't missed yet, not that we've seen on our screens anyway. Here she goes. Oh, she's so close, you know. That was very tight. Got to get the takeoff foot just right, the distance to the bar judged to what you want, and somewhere along the line for Kambarova didn't quite have the elevation she needed. Hong Kong, China's Leung Na Yin. We're seeing her take on the high jump for the first time in this final. 160 that we're looking at. Oh, she's close, but does take it down. It's got a straight run up and then change of angle at the end rather than the semicircle that we sometimes see. Just see how cold it is for some of these athletes. Mustafa now going again before this height gets raised. She's been offered another opportunity here. This is her second or third attempt. Oh, she's close. Oh, that's a shame. And she just has that expression of someone who knows how close she was there and exactly where she went wrong. Nothing can be done from this point.
She had the vertical height to clear it, but just the legs whipping the bar off, trying to whip the legs up, just brushing the outside of her thigh as well. But she had the vertical height. She's got a lot of promise, does Mustafa.
Kambarova now needs to do what Mustafa couldn't quite, or we'll have her first few eliminations from this final. She's done it. Leyla Kambarova bouncing up with glee after clearing 160. And Dwayne, the opportunity for camaraderie within the high jump crew is obvious, given the downtime you have and the proximity of everybody else, and needing to stay warm in between jumps as well, and then the highs and the lows to celebrate or commiserate. This is over. Very nicely done by Leung Na Yin. It's just fallen off after that, but that won't matter. She has a little few. Gets over this clearly. You just has to be on the bar before you land, and that was fine. Takes a wobble, but stays. Then she's off the mat, and then it falls off.
Just to get back to the point of camaraderie that we were talking about, for seeing their country for the very first time to compete in an international competition. So this is a massive opportunity to encourage participation, yes, but also to encourage that sense of culture and exploration with those around you. As we return to the track, it's 400-meter hurdles time. We're going to start with the men.
Well, they've put the hurdles out on the track. This is the final.
In lane 2,
Kazakhstan's Dastan Balenbayev. He goes in lane 2. It's Woo In-chae of the Republic of Korea. They haven't won a gold medal yet
lane 3
at these games. Korea, they've won 3 bronze medals. Qatar's Abakar Idris Jibrineh, third in his heat with a 54.57 time. One of 2 Qatari athletes in this final. Great chance for them. We saw their prowess over 400 meters. How about over hurdles? Now, no one ran faster than Qatar's Idris Abdulrazik, who's in lane 4. There we just saw Zainuddin Rabshanov. He's the second qualifier for the final from Uzbekistan in lane 5.
From Sri Lanka.
And the third fastest, Maha Dias of Sri Lanka. Dias was second behind Abdulrazik in his heat, 53.80 in qualifying. He goes in lane 6 here. Kirill Savchenko. Actually, a really good opportunity for Savchenko, despite his lane in 7. He was second in his heat. And on the outside, Saudi Arabia's Badir Mohammed Aloria. He finished third in his heat. Got an automatic qualification spot for that. over 400 meters. Saudi Arabia were close with a fourth and a fifth with Al Subai and Hazazi. Can anything change for them over 400-meter hurdles? Dastan Balimbayev in lane 1. Wu In-che of the Republic of Korea in lane 2. Jibraneh of Qatar in 3. The fastest qualifier, Abdul Razik of Qatar, is in 4. Rabshanov, the second fastest qualifier of Uzbekistan, is in 5. Diaz of Sri Lanka in lane 6. Kirill Savchenko, the second Kazakhstan athlete, is in lane 7. And Aloria of Saudi Arabia in lane 8. The boys' 400-meter hurdles final. So they get away cleanly. Now they'll take on their first hurdle. Can they keep their rhythm after the power out of the blocks? Moving nicely in lane 4 is Abdul Razik, the fastest qualifier. He set his PB by more than 3 seconds in that semi-final, and he's looking calm and composed and taking that hurdle a little close to the line. Now centers up in his lane again. His teammate on the inside of him, Jibraneh, looking like he might be able to do something in the latter stages if he holds his nerve. On the outside is Kirill Savchenko, who's just about staying in the conversation. But is there a conversation to be had? Because Abdel Razik is flying away with this. Qatar's Abdel Razik out on his own, in a class of his own. Just got to take these final stages and he'll take the gold medal. Look at the time, 51, and we'll have to have a look at it. Abdel Razik, though, Qatar's gold medalist. What a performance. His teammate Abakar Jibraneh tackles into the ground. The first time anyone's been able to get close to him. That was a stunning performance. Qatar gold once again in Saudi Arabia.
Big shouts, very exuberant celebration from Abdul Razik, but he was always set to be the man to beat, and my word, he did not disappoint. How about the way he broke down this race? Started by running an exceptional bend, got himself in front. On the stagger, he was in front already through the opening 80 meters. By the time he got himself into the back straight, he was opening up a commanding lead. And it looked like at this stage, Savchenko had got himself into second. Diaz was looking very comfortable, and Ravshanov had set himself up very nicely for the closing stages. But Ravshanov strikes a hurdle. I think it's here, or just beyond this. Well, this is coming down the back straight, I beg your pardon. And Ravshanov maybe just setting up. There's where he hits the hurdle. And it is so difficult to recover your momentum from there. It's Abdul Razik and then everybody else. Qatar make it 1-2. And Savchenko rounding out the podium.
Something about these Qatari athletes over 400 meters, be it flat, be it hurdles. It's a 1-2. Brilliant to see. Women's 400-meter hurdle final coming up shortly. Gives us a time to see the high jump. We've not the javelin right now. It's going down at the other end of the stadium. In with Leung of Hong Kong, China. That was a heavy clatter of the bar right through it, unfortunately. Leung Na Yin unable to go higher. A 52.24 then, the winning time for Idris Abdul Razik of Qatar. So with that kind of a time, he has blown away his own personal best from the semi-final. He's going quicker and quicker, goes under 53 seconds for the first time in his career, and he's gone way further than 53-second barrier, almost looking at going under 52 now.
That was an excellent final 100 meters as well from Jibrin. in lane 3 to get himself into second.
Good to see those pictures, and this picture here. Really good vertical jumping from Dong of China. Not so much speed towards the bar, but when she gets there, springing off the floor. So she's looking good. She's the favorite on paper, Dong Jialing of China. Over to her coach to analyze. Really takes that final step close to the bar and then springs upward. Doesn't have a diagonal approach, really comes from beneath and then springs over. So last chance for Layla Kambarova. At this height, can she do it? Oh, she can't. Well, that's unfortunate. We've enjoyed watching her over the course of the early stages. She came in at the very start and was looking in good form, just hasn't been able to maintain that. Chance for Anshul Patil coming up shortly after Olga Izimyunkova. Still haven't seen Yasmin Roy from Kuwait come in. Be good to see her when we get the chance. There's Izimyunkova, youngest athlete in Kazakhstan's team in Saudi Arabia, just 15. Anshul Patil now. Can clear this height, has cleared this height. Knows she can do it. Can she talk herself into the perfect jump? Here we go. Patil for India to try to clear 160. Oh yes, oh yes. More smiles and more time to celebrate for Anshul Patil. Well, hang on, a red flag was raised after that. We'll have to wait for confirmation, maybe. There might be a postscript to that last jump for Anshul Patil. Anyway, on we go. Leon Na Yin needing to do the same, needing to have that same level of belief at 160. She's jumped this height before. Lifetime best of 162.
For the finals of the women's 400-meter hurdles. In lane 1.
Here we go. Oh, not this time for Yin. And she reset now and get things going. We go back to the track.
In lane 2.
Thank you, Jack. Indeed, the 400-meter hurdles for girls is set to get underway. Parizura Tureva, only 15, goes in lane 1. Leti Tao of Vietnam goes in lane 2. Afina Chulakidi is also just 15. She goes in lane 3 for Kazakhstan. She runs a 400-meter in under 60 seconds. Ran a 1:05.05 in the heats to set a new personal best. Now, here's the favorite, Mariam Karim, 17-year-old national record holder
she's
in both the 400-meter and the 400-meter hurdles in United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates has never won a gold at these championships, and Mariam Karim goes in lane 4. Udagedera Sansala Himshini Siniviratna. She won the second heat in the build-up to this final. She looked really strong. Can she challenge Karim?
In lane 6.
She goes in 5 for Sri Lanka, going in lane 6 for Uzbekistan. Shuriyun Rahmonova. 8 competitors who go, going in lane 7. Evelina Rybakova
from Kazakhstan.
Really pushed Siniviratna in the heats. Takes lane 7, but going in the outside lane, Panramon Tangsajakun of Thailand.
From Thailand.
Third in her heat. So Mariam Karim, already run in the 200-meter heats this session, now finds herself running in a final. This is the final of the girls' 400-meter hurdles. Can Mariam Karim of United Arab Emirates claim a piece of history? United Arab Emirates. Only once before have they ever claimed a medal, and it was silver. Never a gold. Getting underway in the women's 400-meter hurdles. The first hurdle is 45 meters away from the start. The last of the 10 hurdles in this race is 40 meters from the finish line. It is Karim who leads. Oh, on her outside. That's a huge problem for Siniviratna. She's clipped the hurdle and gone down. Siniviratna, who was one of the favorites to push Mariam Karim, has gone down and is out of the race. Mariam Karim on the stagger is leading the way as she comes in towards the second bend now. Rahmonova and Rybakova looking strong on the outside, but Mariam Karim is controlling this race. She's pacing it nicely. It's Ryakova of Kazakhstan who's currently in second. Mariam Karim is 100 meters away now from creating history. Never before has anybody from the United Arab Emirates claimed a gold medal at the Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. One flight of hurdles to come, and Mariam Karim is going to do it. The 17-year-old is going to romp to victory here. Already an Olympian, she's now a champion in under 60 seconds in the women's 400-meter hurdles at the Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. What a remarkable result from the young woman. Tremendous, tremendous run, excellent resilience out on the track, and to do it after racing in the 200-meter heats this session makes this even more impressive. It's not going to be a championship record, but what it is a slice of history for this young woman. Mariam Karim, remember the name, national record holder for United Arab Emirates, and now champion of the Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. What a run, what a race, what a result.
This is a woman who knows just what she's capable of, Dwayne. Judging that 200-meter and the energy required for that, to then come out and deliver this kind of performance, and in the end, out in front by a long, long way. But she had to deal with the faller in the lane next to her. Not always the easiest thing to do, can be unsettling. She didn't have any problems. She was well back on the stagger, but by the start of that penultimate bend, she knew that she had this race within her grasp, and then it was just digging deep, wasn't it? And she dug as deep as was needed. The UAE's first gold medal at the 6th edition of these Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. Congratulations, Mariam Karim.
I remember her competing in the heats at Paris 2024. She is an Olympian. She was a bright young teenager with a promising future at just 16, and now she finds herself as a 17-year-old leading the way. Huge, huge disappointment for Sri Lanka's Siniviratna, having clipped the hurdle early on in the race, to then get up and try to finish the race but this was always going to be a tester for Evelina Rybakova on the outside lane in lane 7, trying to get herself onto the podium. But Mariam Karim romping to victory in under 60 seconds and creating history in the process. Rakhmonova and Rybakova taking their challenge to the track. Confirming Rakhmonova, pipping Rybakova to the bronze medal. Dansa Chakon misses out on a place on the podium, but Mariam Karim in 59.55 is not only a champion, but a first ever champion for the United Arab Emirates at these championships. Back to the high jump we go, and Patil ready to face another attempt, Jack.
Can she do it? Here she goes. Oh, it's a different part of her body this time, which takes it down. Anshal Patil. See it from here, from the drone footage. Took us to the extra step, seemingly. Crossed the bar a little further along the line. Try and give her that extra speed, but this is because she delivered a foul in the last round. We thought she got over it cleanly. In the end, she hadn't. Now, coming into proceedings for the first time is Yasmin Roy here of Kuwait. Personal best of 170. She's the national record holder of all ages in Kuwait. Set that in October last year. She's since jumped higher after setting that national record, so she's beaten her own national record. And that felt like there's actually plenty of space there for Jasmine Roy once she just adjusts the kick of her heels. This shouldn't be a problem for her afterwards, but as we know, in the high jump, it's not always easy to make these small adjustments in the moment, in flight. But Roy will have to do that. Next onto the scene, Vietnam's Mai An. So the big names coming into the draw now with Roy, Mai An, Dong Jialing we've already seen. Wasn't enough of the snap in that Fosbury flop. Didn't quite whip the heels over. Dong Jialing goes next. Dong Jialing, the favourite on paper. Good vertical height, just not quite enough travel. Lateral travel to take her over. She was up, but then down a little too heavily. So plenty of the favourites with a few issues to sort through, but that is on the scale of these things, a minor adjustment that needs to be made. Olga Izimyunikova still in the hunt here, the 15-year-old. Oh, it's unfortunate. She really had the belief there, but almost at the last second, not quite following through and going right through the bar. Would have been a significant personal best for Izimyunikova. Anshal Patil. Can she do it? Been denied twice, having thought she was already over after her first attempt at this height. Is this going to happen for her? Oh, it's again so close. she'll see another red flag. Jasmine Roy for Q8 didn't get her first attempt and takes down her second, actually by a heavier connection with the bar for Roy. So on her last attempt now. There's so much spring there, so much height that she's able to affect. Just needs a really clean one. Everything coming together for her. That's the same for Mayan. Mayan of Vietnam. She's gone clear. She's got it. Terrific jump. She centered herself, and that was her last attempt at this height. She's through now. Tracksuit back on, and in the hunt for the medals again. It's those trailing legs that did for her in the last attempt, and she just was slightly quicker to pull them away. Perfectly timed.
From Saudi Arabia.
Now, time for some real fun. This is going to be good, Dwayne.
Yes, indeed. Back to decathlon action on day one of competition. Here is Al-Bater. So Al-Bater finds himself going in lane 3.
And in lane 4. I beg your pardon, in lane 5.
Going in lane 4 is Juraboev.
From Singapore.
Going in lane 5 is Jaden Ng of Singapore. He's got a personal best of 55.72 in the 400 meter. On his outside, going in lane 6, Abbas Munir Al Abdul Baki. Man who's just
And in lane 7,
15 years old.
it's Abbas Munir from Saudi Arabia.
And then the two athletes from Kazakhstan go outside of Al Abdul Baki. Going in lane 7 is Nikita Mironov, and on his outside will be Askar Omirzak. Now, as things stand, take this in. 4 rounds have been completed. 4 events have been completed. The 100 meter, the long jump, the shot put, and the high jump. These athletes are separated by 169 points. That's it. 169 points separate these athletes, with Jahongir Jurabaev leading on 2,741 points. I can't tell you enough how tight this is. 4 events done. 169 points separate these 6 athletes. It is incredibly tight. Who will take the advantage into the final day? Juraboev leads on 2,741 points at the moment, but he's only just ahead of a chasing group that includes Abbas Munir Al Abdul Baki just 15, and he's got 2,670 points already. The 400 meter is underway. It is one lap of this 400 meter track, and all the times that these runners will do will be converted to points, and those points will be tallied together and added to the cumulative tallies already. Now, bear in mind, these athletes have already done today a 100 meter sprint, a long jump event, a shot put event, and a high jump event. This is a grueling way to finish the first day of the decathlon, the first of 5 events. At the moment, it's looking to be really strong run from Askar Omirzak, who's leading the way. It comes through the second bend. Al Abdul Baki is currently second at the moment, and Jurabaev is looking to hold on to his advantage. This is an excellent run in the 400 meters from Askar Omirzak, who's going to romp to victory ahead of Al Abdul Baki. And then Jurabaev hits the front, and that is going to be a big boost for the man from Kazakhstan, Askar Omirzak. It's the kind of run that'll see him leap into the front. So wins the 400 meter. Congratulations all around from the Kazakhstan team who are watching on, and indeed between the athletes who represent Kazakhstan, Omirzak and Mironov. There's Al Abdul Baki. What a performer he's proving to be. I remind you that he's only 15 years old, and the decathlon is an event that you mature into. You need to try to get the technical nuances of 10 different disciplines. To be able to dominate in one event is impressive. To be able to do it in 10 events is utterly remarkable at the age of 15, but somehow he's managing to do that. He finds himself finishing second in this race behind Omirzak.
Mr. Yahya Al-Amour, Director of the Ministry of Sports Office in Qatif.
So confirming the results then, it's Omirzak who finishes ahead of Abdul Baki, and third Jurabaev.
Flowers will be given by Mr. Muhammad Al-Shihri, member of the Saudi Arabia Athletes.
Next to the medal ceremony for the girls 3,000 meters.
عضو مجلس إدارة الاتحاد الآسيوي لألعاب القوة. In the third place, Samia Shahbari from the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Well, finishing third, Samia Shahbari, the 16-year-old from Islamic Republic of Iran, with only a second medal for Iran at these championships. It's a second bronze as well. And she did incredibly well over the last lap to reel in Luong Thi Can of Vietnam.
In the second place,
she finished in 10:09.07 seconds to claim the bronze. Duolang Zhuma of People's Republic of China finishes with the silver medal. She ran 10 minutes, 0.44 seconds to finish alone in second. 9:39 last month in Shandong. She couldn't go quite so low here.
Anastasia Selchenkova from
but setting a massive personal best with a run of 9 minutes, 45.17 seconds. Your champion, just 15 years old from Uzbekistan, Anastasia Selchenkova. A sensational run, clearly defined by her and her coach.
And now, please rise
she took the race to all comers and nobody could go with her. She won by a massive margin. Only the second gold medal for Uzbekistan in Saudi 2025. overcome by emotion. The bright young talent that is Anastasia Silchenkova. She ran her own race and she won by a massive margin. Confirming the medalists in the girls 3,000 meters, Samia Shapari of Iran takes bronze, silver to China's Suolang Juma, gold in 9 minutes 45.17 seconds to Anastasia Silchenkova of Uzbekistan.
Let's take a look how the high jump is developing. And Mai An of Vietnam taking over that bar, having cleared the last height and giving herself every chance for a medal. The next height struggling to look convincing on that last approach and not able to really mount a serious jump to that one. She'll see Dong Jialing try to do what she couldn't just moments ago now. Dong, the Chinese, with a 178 lifetime best. This bar started at 145 about an hour or so ago. It's gone up by 5 centimeters each time since then. So we are at the point where starting to push the boundaries of even the very best in the competition. Dong Jialing will try and go higher. Let's see. Here she is, very springy, likes to get very close to the bar, and that was so close. Well, 2 times the bar has come down, but with Vietnam and China. But Dong Jialing looks really close to clearing this. Time for those conversations to make the small adjustments. Time for Mai An to go again. So these two, the last 2 left standing in the competition. Yasmin Roy of Kuwait, unfortunately not able to push herself forward and become a contender in this one. Came in quite late, Roy, and wasn't able to get over those early heights that she came in at. Leung Na Yin of Hong Kong, China, she came in a bit earlier and managed to get herself out of a tricky start, actually, but not able to feature with these 2 women towards the end. Dong Jialing's last effort earlier, a snick on the bar. Mai An now, can she go and make this? And that's much better, but it's the back end of her legs which just take this over. Her calves taking it down. The body was well and truly over. The timing of the leg flick, not quite what was required. Dong Jialing now. Medals, of course, guaranteed for these 2. Everyone has come in. We're not waiting for anyone else to join these 9 athletes in the final. So these are the last 2 left standing, left jumping, left seeking a lifetime best performance and the Asian Athletics Championship title. Here we go for Dong Jialing. She gets the timing right, she's over, and she gets it. Oh, that's brilliant. She did make exactly the right micro adjustment. Wonderfully handled. So Dong has done it. She's gone higher, higher than my Anne. Looking at the gold medal now. Now here's the conversation. Can she go any higher? Does she want to take on the next height? Championship record in the high jump is 182 by her compatriot Ye Wenshuao from 2 years ago. That might be possible tonight.
This will be the heats.
So she's getting ready to go higher to see if she can take on
This is going to
not
be
just the
heat
competition
one.
here in Saudi Arabia, but the
We
history
have
of
the
this
team from
particular event
Kazakhstan.
at these championships.
حارة رقم 3 كازاخستان.
And that's the team from Kazakhstan in lane 3. In lane 4 is the team from Qatar.
حارة رقم 4 قطر.
And the team from India.
It's time now,
Is
however,
in
on the
lane
track
5.
for the medley relay heats. We've got 2 of them coming up. It's a 1,000-meter
team
race.
From
100
India
meters is the job of the first leg.
is in
Then it goes to 200 meters, then 300, and finally a 400-meter leg to round things off. It is going to be very, very exciting. Saudi Arabia with a great chance of a medal. Al-Jarian will set them off. And it's a really good team from Saudi Arabia. Al-Jarian will hand over to Al-Yami, Mubarak Al-Yami. Badr Mohammed Al-Uraya will then take over, finished off by Musad Al-Subai, who just missed out on a medal in the 400 meters, Al-Subai, but he's anchoring this relay. They're certainly going to go out quickly. Al-Jarian and Al-Yami together in lane 7 will do some damage. Qatar, however, it's very difficult to look beyond them. They have 4 medalists already in individual events across their relay team. They're going to be led off by Abu Bakr Idris, who has just come from winning a silver medal in the 400-meter hurdles. So he's going to have to work very hard here over these 100 meters to push his team forward. China also in with a great shout here. Dai Hong Yu, he's in lane 1. 100-meter silver medalist. China also with Hu, Jia Cheng, Li Xingyao and Li Yongji. The first heat in the relay medley, and here we go. Qatar going out very hard in those center lanes. On the outside lane, it's Saudi Arabia though. Good changeover between the two. Here's Mubarak Al-Yami, 100-meter specialist. He'll have to go for 200 meters here though to change over. Then we'll be into the 300-meter followed by the 4. Good speed from India as well, out in lane 5. No Kyrgyzstan on lane 7. Saudi Arabia on the outside lane are being caught up here by Qatar. Take over on the 3rd leg for Qatar's Idris Abdul Razik, the man who we've just seen win a brilliant, fantastic 400-meter men's hurdles. This is over 300 meters, and look at the way India are going with Kadir Khan. He'll hand over to Sakit Minj for the final 400 meters, and Khan is really going. This is a really splendid powerful and brave leg. It's going to leave India in a great position, but there's so much talent that is going to be chasing him down here. Here go India in the final leg. India's Sakit Minj will go out hard here. He's going to be hauled back, or attempted to be, by Samir Hassan, the man who won a silver medal in the 400 meters in the individuals. But it's a great first 150 from the Indian, from Sakit Minj. They're settling into their rhythm here. About 250 to go. Less than that now. Really good performance. Minj is still here. Minj is still there. He's going to be pursued, but he's going to beat everybody. India are going to win this first heat. What a performance. It'll be through to the final for them. Wonderfully done. He can slow down Sakit Minj. That's terrific. Saudi Arabia second, Qatar third. And it wasn't the blockbuster performance from Qatar that we thought we would see. They may well have been saving themselves for the finals, but these boys are in great shape.
Yeah,
India's Chiranth. Sorry, Dwayne.
No. Just they are in great form. They look absolutely superb, this Indian side. Chiranth, Sabir, Khan and Minj. But I don't think Qatar and Saudi Arabia have shown us what they can do just yet. I think there was a little bit of holdback. There was some inexperience, you might notice, of the changeovers in this relay, and you can expect that as well at youth level. Some of the changeovers were not quite so smooth, and it just led to a little bit of sluggishness at times on the track, and almost running into one another. Qatar and India at one stage, but Abdul Razik, already a gold medalist on the track. Well, I think we can expect something significantly better from both Qatar and Saudi Arabia come final time. For India, though, they looked imperious, to take nothing away from India and the way that they all came together as a quartet. It's very difficult to run a 300 meter, very difficult. And you're asked to do that running in an event like this, a medley relay, which is often run, incidentally, as 100, 100, 200, and then 400. But this is known as the Swedish relay, 100, 200, 300, and 400, which is a relatively new variation, and one that is sometimes used at youth level. But it really comes down to the organizers' decision-making. Speaking of decision-making, high jump decision-making has been spot on for Dong.
And how high has she gone? And can she go higher? Let us see. Already the gold medalist. Not that time. So Dong of China doesn't manage to raise the bar, but she'd already set the standard for everybody else, and they couldn't follow her. Dong Jialing in the high jump wins the gold for China. .180, wow, for Dong Jialing. She has won it with an improvement on her lifetime best. Or rather, this is what she's going for right now, excuse me. She's looking at 180. 2 times she's not taken the bar, she's not gone over, but this would be for her lifetime best.
Sometimes the coaches will simply say something like, just do your best jump. Sometimes it's as simple as that. Just have confidence in those who have confidence in you. You've done this before 100 times in training. You know what you're capable of.
She'll have the help of her teammates in the stands for this 180 attempt. Not quite the championship record, but it is her own record. That's what she's going for here. and she can't quite finish things off. But nonetheless, what an evening's work from Dong Jialing. She has the gold medal, if not the ability of clearing 180 on this occasion, under these conditions.
And now for heat 2. In lane 2 is China.
So we had it down that China were in the first relay, but apologies for that. They are going in heat 2, and leading them off is Dai Hongyu, silver medalist in the men's 100 meters, so close to being the gold medalist. He takes on the first leg.
In lane 6
Hong Kong, China come next. Sri Lanka after that. Sri Lanka's lead-off man will be Madapage silver. And then it will be Dewaj silver over 200 meters. Costa and then Bogoda to sign things off on that 400-meter leg. The Republic of Korea have a good team too. And Thailand, never rule out Thailand in lane 7. Baratakorn Inaseng is the lead-off man. Natandai Tosup will take the second leg. Wapo, and then they'll be brought home by Chon Chon over 400 meters. So China in lane 2, Hong Kong, China in lane 3, Sri Lanka in 4, Uzbekistan would be in 5. They aren't participating. Republic of Korea in 6, Thailand in 7. 100 meters, followed by 200 meters, followed by 300 meters, followed by a full lap of the track. Heat number 2 in the boys medley relay, and Dai Hongyu predictably going out very hard, looking at running this bend well. Brilliant start for China and an excellent start for Thailand. They have a nice lead over Korea in these 6 and 7 lanes. Thailand's Tosup looking to run this bend. Tosup will be handing over to Klapo for the next 300 meters, but how well are China going with Hu Jia Cheng, another one of their 100-meter sprinters, extending things out for 200, handing over to Li Xinghao, and Li now with the 300-meter job. He was in the final of the 400 meters, finished last in that position, but there's a big responsibility on his back now, pursued here by Sri Lanka's Costa. Costa running a very, very good 300 meters here to keep tabs and keep checks on China and Li Xinghao, who has Li Yongji to hand over to. Li was the 400-meter gold medalist, remember, so they have the very best man for this final leg in Li Yongji, but he's got pursuit, hasn't he? There's 3 in the game here. Li heading things out in the front, ahead of Sri Lanka, ahead of Thailand. Thailand's Wafin Chonchom is giving hot pursuit here to Li Yongji on this final leg. Now, Korea and the Republic of Korea have a long way to make up with Kim Tae-song, but they could be contenders. Sri Lanka are looking with Bogoda to spring a surprise on Thailand in this final 150 meters. Down into this final stretch. Li looking so comfortable, but he's got to watch out here. Here comes Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka looking for the line with Bogoda, who's going to win this. He goes through to the final in some style. Sri Lanka out-dragging Li Yongji in that final leg, and the man who did it, Bogodalage Bogoda. A great run, Dwayne. That was, again, something we might not have written down on a piece of paper beforehand, but Sri Lanka with a great performance.
Well, genuine credit to the way Sri Lanka performed. They put together an excellent quartet. The disappointment, I suppose, comes in the form of the fact that the Sri Lankan sprinters have not claimed the medals that they might have expected coming into these championships. But as a quartet together, they look really strong. A couple of handovers that weren't ideal yet again. Thailand looked pretty good with their handovers, to be fair. And Insang Tosup, Klapo and Chunchom combining really nicely for Thailand, who would finish inside the top three. China, Lee Yongjie taking it very easy in the closing stages, and I think allowing Bogoda to go past him. But Bogoda finishing off a great quartet from the Sri Lankan runners. Bogoda pushing, Lee not looking to expend the energy that he'll be saving for the final. Already a champion at these games, Lee Yongjie. He might be looking for another gold medal, this time as part of a team effort. But for Bogoda, it's a moment to savour. And for Sri Lanka, it's a comfortable advance to the final. But this is a race that might dish up a surprise. We've got 6 genuine contenders for the gold medal who'll go in the final as I make it.
Yeah, it really is. It's going to be extremely exciting to see that one. The balance, I suppose, is interesting, Dwayne, when you look at Qatar with 4 400-meter runners essentially in their team. And then China seem to have that perfect balance of a 100-meter runner, a 100-meter runner, and then handing over to 2 400-meter runners. It's there's so many. The selection and the order in which they go off in, of course, plays into this, and it's quite a fascinating way of doing it. And the Swedish relay style has a lot to commend it.
Well, there's been much to commend in the competition today. There's some historic moments that we've witnessed, most notably Mariam Karim winning United Arab Emirates' first ever gold medal at an Asian Under-18 Athletics Championships. But we've seen some fine medal-winning performances from various countries. Hong Kong, China, picking up their very first gold medal of these championships in the women's javelin this session. For the host nation, further success for Qatar, a 1-2. My word, have there been some impressive performances from Chinese athletes as well in this session. The action on the track this session is done. Medal ceremonies to come. But I got to say, the Medley relay is one of those really intriguing events and a great way to finish a session. The heat's just teeing up what could be an absolutely mouth-watering event to savour come finals day.
I'm already looking forward to it. It is a brilliant way to round off a session. And there's 5 medal ceremonies, excuse me, to come now. 400-meter hurdles for both the girls and the boys, the shot put, the javelin throw and the high jump. And it's a good evening to the Kazakhstan delegation. Coming up for 9 p.m. local time in Dammam. Great night for watching athletics in Saudi Arabia. Singapore never less than utterly compelling. These Singapore athletes have enjoyed themselves in Saudi Arabia.
Not just in competition, absolutely, yeah. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Although in competition, again, pretty impressive. Anson Lowe medaling in the shot put this session. Oh, it's been a session that started with the gold medal being dished out to
announce the winners for the
Bin Zayed.
400 meters hardest race for women under 18.
Well, here's a little moment of history that we witnessed earlier. This is the medal ceremony
medals
for
will be
the
presented by
girls 400-meter hurdles.
Dr. Mohammed Al-Moor, the Asian Athletics Council member. سوف يتم الآن تقديم الميدالية عن طريق الدكتور محمد المور عضو مجلس الاتحاد الآسيوي لألعاب القوى. And the flowers will be given by Mr. Rashid Al-Ali, member of the Arabic Association. وسوف يتم تقديم الورود عن طريق الأستاذ راشد العلي عضو مجلس الاتحاد العربي. In the third place, Ryabkova Evelina from Kazakhstan.
Evelina Rybakova of Kazakhstan, 101.59. She went to find herself on the podium in the girls 400-meter hurdles, bettering her personal best by almost a full second in the final.
In the second place, Shodiona Romanova from Uzbekistan.
Shodiona Rahmonova of Uzbekistan ran 101.40 seconds to finish in silver medal position, just ahead of the Kazakh athlete who would claim the bronze medal, adding to the impressive and growing tally of Uzbekistan at these championships. 8 medals now for Uzbekistan.
المركز الأول مريم كريم من الإمارات العربية المتحدة.
But the 17-year-old Mariam Karim of United Arab Emirates running 59.55 seconds, doing enough to claim the historic gold medal for United Arab Emirates. She's already a very promising runner, national record holder at under 18 level, at under 20 level, and at full national level for United Arab Emirates in the 400-meter flat and in the 400-meter hurdles. It's in the hurdles where she's dominated at the Asian Under 18 Athletics Championships, Saudi 2025.
Now, kindly rise up in respect for the national anthem of Emirates. والآن نرجو الوقوف.
The ninth nation to win a gold medal will now hear its national anthem. Only the second ever medal for United Arab Emirates at the Asian Under 18 Athletics Championships. Mariam Karim takes gold, though, a first ever for UAE, ahead of Shodiona Rahmonova of Uzbekistan and Rybakova Evelina of Kazakhstan with the bronze medal.
This is confirmation of the medley relay and the qualifiers as well, most interestingly, of who's made it through to the final. Sri Lanka, China, Thailand from the automatic list, and then Korea and Hong Kong, China qualifying as well. So a quick seconds heat and it means that every nation in it qualifies for the final. Well, that's good to see, as we see those final moments and Bagoda out-dragging Lee of China to ensure a good lane as well for Sri Lanka in tomorrow's medley relay final. Four more medal ceremonies coming up tonight. Next one on will be the 400-meter hurdles for the boys. This is where we've been. This is where we've been for 3 days now. One more day to go at these Asian Athletics Championships for 2025 in Saudi Arabia. Prince Nassef Sports City. And the full medal ceremonies to come. Starting right now.
And this is a grand one for Hong Kong, China.
And now it's time to announce the winners for the javelin throw for the women under 18.
The girls' javelin throw medal ceremony.
سوف يتم الإعلان عن الفائزين في مسابقة رمي الرمح.
Only two of these competitors had gone over 50 meters before. Only one would go over 50 meters in the final.
From the Air Force Sport Department. سوف يتم تقديم الميدالية عن طريق العقيد حسين القحطاني من إدارة الشؤون الرياضية في القوات الجوية السعودية. And the flowers will be given by Mr. Kwan Ki, the Asian Athletics member. وسيتم إعطاء الورود عن طريق الأستاذ كوان كي عضو مجلس إدارة الاتحاد الآسيوي. In the third place, Matsuyama Ao from Japan. في المركز الثالث ماتسوياما أو من اليابان.
Well, in the javelin, it was Matsuyama Ao, the 16-year-old who impressed in Fukuoka last year. 49.76 in the second round. After only throwing 39 meters in the first round, found herself on the podium from a relatively early stage, and she would not relinquish her place on the podium. A new personal best for all three on these podium.
From Japan. وفي المركز الثاني Kurokawa
Her compatriot,
Ayuto
Kurokawa
من اليابان.
Ayuto of Japan, with another personal best, 49.92 meters in the first round. She looked like she'd started her competition on a very positive note, and indeed, it finished on a positive note on the podium with a silver medal.
Guan Yan Yi من هونغ كونغ الصين.
But this is a
And the first
fantastic
place winner,
gold medal
Guan
for Guan Yan Yi,
from Hong Kong,
somebody who's
China.
already stepped up into the senior ranks and is already throwing 43 meters with a 600-gram javelin. With a 500-gram javelin here at the youth competition, she went 55.04 in the first round. She started on top. She ended on top. A remarkable performance as Hong Kong, China have their second medal, but first gold of Saudi 2025.
والآن نرجو الوقوف احتراما للنشيد الوطني لهونغ كونغ الصين.
Confirming the medalists in the girls' javelin throw, Matsuyama Ao of Japan, 49.76 in the second round is the bronze medalist. Japan's Kurokawa Ayuto takes silver with 49.92 in the first round, but winner by some margin, 54.04 in the first round, Guan Yan Yi of Hong Kong, China.
انا صرت عالمي ولا ايه؟
شكرا لك اخوي زهير ضامن، شكرا لمن كان بجوارك محمود سعيد. زهير انا اصطاد في الماء العكر انا يا زهير لكن يعطيكم العافيه، امتعتونا بالوصف والتعليق والحديث الممتع والقفشات الجميله، وهاني ما ينخاف عليه ما شاء الله في طرح الاسئله. هاني يوم حافل ممتع، يكاد يكون من امتع ايام البطوله حتى الان. الرتم تصاعدي كمستوى فني كتنافس، وصلت الدرجه الى انه صرنا نشوف لاعب من منتخب يطلب مثلا التشجيع، تلقى كل المدرج بكل الفئات بكل صحيح. المنتخبات من الجنسين الشباب والبنات يشجعونه.
مساء الخير محمد، صراحة اليوم كان ممتع، يعني ما أقدر أوصف لك صراحة درجة الاستمتاع اللي حنا عشناها اليوم من يعني الصباح إلى المساء، يعني حتى من ظهورنا الأخير الساعة 4 العصر، من مسابقة إلى مسابقة ما قدرنا نطلع صراحة من المدرج. أنا صراحة يعني بغض النظر عن الفضية السعودية اللي حنا حققناها اليوم، أنا أكثر حدث شدني هو يعني مشاركة العداءة السعودية إلين طلبة، اللي مع نهاية السباق سقطت ويعني ما قامت بسرعة، ولكن شفنا حتى رئيس الاتحاد جاي يواسيها، مع أنها محمد عندما بحثت أن وجدت أنها حققت رقم أفضل من رقمها اللي موجود، وهذا يبين لك أنها قد كانت تقدر أنها تبي تحقق شيء، وأنها كانت متحمسة جدا. المدرج ما قصر معها، استناها حتى وقفت وقامت وشجعها تشجيع يعني عجيب صراحة. أشكر يعني الجميع على وقوفهم مع العداء الصغيرة، ناشئين وشباب تحت ال 18 سنة محمد، لكن زي ما قلنا يبون خبرة، يبون مشاركة.
جميل. أذهب إلى المعلق. هناك تتويج آخر أيضا للأبطال القطريين، ونعود لمواصلة الحديث.
العميد علي الشيخي.
Time for the medal ceremony in the boys 400-meter hurdles.
And the flowers will be given by Colonel Hussein Al-Gahtani from the Air Force Sport Department.
Bronze for Kazakhstan, silver for Qatar, and a second bronze of these Asian Athletics Championships at under 18s for Qatar.
من إدارة الشؤون الرياضية في القوات الجوية السعودية. In the third place, Savchenko Kirill from Kazakhstan.
Kirill Savchenko of Kazakhstan ran a very cleverly managed race. He was never close to challenging those ahead of him at the very front of the race, but what he made sure is that he finished very strongly and hauled back those in front of him with very few meters remaining to take the bronze medal in a time of 53.63. It was a big PB for him, as it was for all of these medalists, running faster than they ever had. Abakar Dribrineh of Qatar with a silver medal and a wonderful 1-2 for Qatar to toast. He's fresh from the medley relay. We'll see him tomorrow in the medley relay final for Qatar. And what about the performance of Idris Jibrineh Abdulrazik? He converted on his semi-final fastest qualifier performance, in which he slashed his PB by 3 seconds in the semi-final. He then lowered his PB further in the final. He's now a 52.24 second man over hurdles, over 400 meters, and the gold medalist here in Saudi Arabia. Idris Abdulrazik winning Qatar's second gold medal here in Saudi Arabia. That's the first time across the 6 Asian Athletics Championships at under 18 that they have won more than 1 gold medal in the same games. Many congratulations to all 3 of the medalists in the boys' 400-meter hurdles.
يا حبيبي اكيد اكيد يا زهير، وان نمزح معاك بالعكس. يعني مثل ما ذكرت شفشنكو النجم الرائع، احس ان هاني، مع اني احس انه يلعب بالقدم اليمين، ريكوبا اللاعب السريع في الطرف في الانتر في تلك الحقبه. هاني لحظات تتويج جميله مستمره، فرحه في الكثير من المنافسات، تصفيات التتابع شفناها اللي انت كنت تقول احب هاللعبه.
صحيح.
بكره النهائيات اللي بنفقدك فيها، بتتابعها معنا على الشاشه.
انا مستمتع حتى مع زهير، حتى في لحظه التتويج جالس يعطيك معلومات، يعني حتى في التتويج، يعني اللي ما شاف السباق يعني
يعرف تفاصيله في التتويج،
بالتتويج، يعني ما شاء الله عليهم، يعني عيالنا ما شاء الله حتى بالتتويج جالسين يعلقون ويعطونك معلومه تثقيفيه عن كل شيء وملخص باللي صار في السباق. اليوم محمد احنا استمتعنا كثير يعني صراحه، سواء بالتتابع، سواء بتحقيق بطلنا اليوم الميداليه الفضيه. يعني كنا مستمتعين الايام هذه بنجاحات الاتحاد السعودي لالعاب القوه في البطوله السادسه للناشئين والناشئات، انهم صراحه مو جو زي يعني ما قالوا لنا في البدايه انه احنا مجرد مشاركه، لا والله اليوم يعني اكتشفنا انهم كانوا مخدريننا محمد صراحه، في شغل كبير وجالسين ياخذون ميداليات وسواء ذهب وفضه، وفيه يعني منافسه شرسه، جالسين يقدمون ابطال. نواه صناعه بطل اولمبي هي تبدا من الناشئين والناشئات، ما شاء الله عليهم. يعني احنا استمتعنا سواء باليوم الاول ولا اليوم الثاني ولا الثالث، باذن الله تكمل هذه المتعه في اليوم الختامي يوم غد، ونحن نشوف ميداليات يعني اكثر للشباب والشابات السعوديات المشاركين.
جميل. هذا هو الآن لحظاته تتويج رمي الكرة الحديدية. نعود للتتويج بلحظات الذهب هناك سريعا رفقة العزيز زهير الضابط.
سوف يتم تقديم الميدالية عن طريق الدكتور حبيب
In
ربعان.
boys shot put, it was gold for China. One of the most impressive performances from an individual in the entire competition. But before we get to that, there were some other athletes to toast, and Anson Lo of Singapore winning a bronze medal.
In the third place, Anson Lu from Singapore.
And that is a face of sheer joy. Anson Lo with a massive lifetime best performance in the boys shot put of 18:59 to win the bronze medal. He was 7th in the discus, and a day on from that, he has picked up the bronze medal in the shot put.
Nischai from India.
Now Nishay of India with a silver medal, and that is a silver medal to go with the bronze medal he won in the discus yesterday as well. So another multiple medalist across two different field events. 19.59. That was another one for Nishay of a personal best of sizable proportions, more than half a meter further than he's ever putted the shot. But Han Qizheng of the People's Republic of China just could not be stopped. He threw a 2023 gold medal winning throw. Now that was the championship record. That was also his lifetime best performance. He's gone beyond 20 meters now for the first time in his career. That goes with his gold medal in the discus, where he also broke the championship record. Congratulations to the 3 medalists in the boys' shot put final. So many lifetime bests across the entire field, actually. It was perfect conditions for throwing. And in all, 5 athletes went beyond 18 meters, but these were the last 3 standing. Anson Lo of Singapore, Nishay of India, and the gold medalist Han Chi Zheng of the People's Republic of China. And one of the other very notable things about the performance was Han is how consistent he was. He didn't throw one single shot that was not measured. Everything was on the board, saving his best till the penultimate throw of his 6. That's when he went beyond 20 for the first time in his life. What a third day in Saudi Arabia it's been. It started with these pictures here in the under-18 decathlon with the high jump affairs, and we worked our way all the way through to the medley relay later on in the evening. We'll leave you with these shots, but a reminder that tomorrow our coverage is bringing action from the last day of these Asian Athletics Championships in Saudi Arabia. So much more for us to enjoy. We hope to have your company from the morning session right through to the evening session once again. So do stay tuned across our channels, and we will see you then. One last medal ceremony before the night is out in the girls' high jump.
Now it's time to announce
Vietnam and China
the winners
represented
for the high
on the
jump
podium.
competition for women under 18. والآن سوف يتم الإعلان عن الفائزين في مسابقة الوثب العالي للنساء تحت سن 18. The medals will be presented by Brigadier General Ali Al-Sheikhi, the Saudi Arabian Athletics Federation President and the Arabic Federation President. سوف يتم تقديم الميدالية عن طريق العميد علي الشيخي، رئيس الاتحاد السعودي لألعاب القوى ورئيس الاتحاد العربي لألعاب القوى. And the flowers will be given by Mr. Saad Khalifa Al-Shimari, the president of the Kuwaiti team. سوف يتم تقديم الورود سعد خليفة الشمري رئيس الوفد الكويتي. For the third place,
it's the first medal of these games for Kuwait, won by Jasmine Roy, their national record holder at all ages in the high jump. And although she didn't quite go as high as she's able to, she did do plenty enough. She jumped 1.65 meters. Her lifetime personal best of earlier this year is 1.70. She left it late to come in, but because of that, that helped her in the final accounting. She had less faults than her opponents, and so although others reached 1.65, Jasmine Roy had done it for less So Mai An of Vietnam winning the silver medal
For the
with a
first place,
jump of 169.
Dong Jialing from China.
And Dong
في
Jialing
المركز الأول
of
Dong
China
Jialing
wins the
من
gold medal.
الصين.
173. She jumped and she had an attempt at 180 to see if she could get her lifetime best. That didn't happen in the end, but the gold medal was won. She did so well to make readjustments, had quite a few times
Now
where she
kindly
knocked the bar
rise up
down,
in
but
respect
after
for the
each one
national
she
anthem
tweaked something,
of
and that was what saw her
China.
through against
والآن نرجو
the
الوقوف
rest of the
احتراما
field.
للنشيد الوطني الصيني.
So the first medal of these championships for Kuwait, for Vietnam, thanks to Jasmine Roy and Mai An, and another gold medal for the imperious Chinese, Dong Jialing, winning the girls' high jump. Well, congratulations to all the medalists after a stunning performance in the high jump across these top three finishers, and it just remains for me to say thank you very much for watching our coverage today on day 3 in Saudi Arabia. It's been excellent to have your company, and we hope to have your presence with us tomorrow as well. On the final day of action, we have a morning session and an evening session as well, and we'd love to have your company for as much of that as possible. But from Dammam in Saudi Arabia tonight, thank you very much for watching, and have a very good rest of your evening.